Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decade, study how we move, rapper world language, everybody fluent, from Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame, that ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach, culture travel worldwide when the source run deep, they copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the crown, love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name. Say our name, 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 say our name. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you, surviving on scraps. FBA stop begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your dues back just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spat with disgusting is whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just leave.
Oh, get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just say home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
Thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We help it. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace, sound, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we'll fight fighting not to go back home. We living ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, vampires, the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we hopefully will be joined with our other host, Lady Che, and with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corny, at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which unfortunately is on a hiatus, so we will not be having a brand new episode this coming Tuesday. Shabaka can elaborate on that later. And we have our our Asian ally, Michael Pan joining us as well. Greetings. And on this season 6, episode 39, Trey 9, part 3, part Trey of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics that we didn't get to in part 2. And that is the Tupac murder trial has begun. DA opening remarks asks jury to hold alleged killer Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Tupac Shakur's murder. Sister speaks out about hip hop legend's death. We had another lynching, this time in Raleigh. We covered this last night, but we got some updates, further developments on it. Black man found hanging from tree in downtown Raleigh, North Carolina. Eyewitness who found black man hung said this about Raleigh cops who came to the scene. Ocean Springs, where Nolan was killed in Mississippi. They did this to an all-black neighborhood in 2023. So they have a pattern of white supremacist terrorism down there. Then we got mysterious Nolan Wells letter surfaces online revealing a motive. Then we got FBAs must leave the streets. Then folks are desperate to keep their plantation running. Donald Trump, aka the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Says he does not care if you have to pay more for gas. Dr. Umar Kubar is what we call him now, since he has a Cuban ancestry, addresses Jay-Z's comments about Colin Kaepernicc and Target. That was kind of corny. All of Indiana under state of emergency, entire state underwater. Latino hurls anti-black slurs while telling her she doesn't belong in a white neighborhood. There goes your black and brown alliance. It doesn't exist. It's a coalition. Then we got white mob attacks black man at a UFC event. White supremacist almost beat black man to death at gym. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get a news from a frontline and black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is on Rebuild, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that bell so you'll be notified every time we go live. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. We're almost to 1,000 subscribers, y'all. We're at 984. Then we got Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again. We have backup. The link is in the description. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. And so we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, the local community events, black events for both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been consistently doing for the past 10 years. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so Lady Che can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all check that out. The link to her channel's in the description. She's at 87 subscribers. Let's get her to at least 90. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette1. Make sure y'all sub to that. Shabaka needs 1 more subscriber, and then he can start going live on YouTube. So if y'all wouldn't mind subscribing to Jeanette1, I'm sure me and Shabaka would greatly appreciate it. Then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Our cousin, make sure y'all sub it to his channel too, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to Cuz channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi, the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City, out that Bell side, that Montbello. Make sure y'all sub it to his channel, Kukizi 5100. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he's doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kukizi. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who was live earlier until the restream started messing with his stream. Make sure y'all check out our brother Breeze Omega, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, is now in Leesburg, Virginia. And the link to our brother's channel is in the description. Then we got our other brother, Church of Black Power, who's from Watts, California, originally, and is now in Houston, Texas, studying to be a lawyer. if I'm not mistaken, and he plans to be the next Johnny Cochran. So much power and salute to that. I had that same goal in mind when I was in school. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. Oh, before that, Church did interview me about 3 weeks ago, like 3 Fridays ago. So make sure you check out that interview. He interviewed me for my campaign. As you can tell, I'm a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus. He's out the DMV area, and he actually put Lisa Cabrera on. And shout out to him for coming up with the We Fought Back series along with every other series. And he does the weekly recaps and the true crime reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, our brother Afro Elite, our sister Lisa Cabrera, our brother Professor Black Truth, our other brother Black, the Black Authority, Jason Black, our other brother Tariq Nasheed, our sister Vicky Dillard, who's out here in Colorado. Outside of us, she's the only new Black media out here, because the rest of the media is a bunch of boule Democratic shell media that's Black. And our sister ZZ Rants, our brother Great Black Shark, our other brother Water God TV, and the list goes on and on. It's a lot of us out here that's doing this work. So make sure y'all check out all those that's in the New Black Media, part of the New Black Media. Sincere love to God and his co-host Nicety Girl, Beatzilla, a brother out of Portland, and a slew of other New Black Media content creators. Check them out. Subscribe to their channels if you haven't already. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to that Rolodex is in the description. The link to our brother's channel is in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. Newly formed database is in the description. And the Freedmen Reparations Party merch website is also in the description. Shout out to our brother Church of Black Power for putting that together. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus, long overdue. And the link to that change.org petition is in the description. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. Then we got Congresswoman Nikema Williams petition that Michael's put together to make Congresswoman Nikema Williams introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black, Anti-FBA Hate Crimes Act now. And the link to Michael's petition is in the description. The Move On petition link is in the description. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. Then we got the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition as well if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that white supremacist, Chud the Bussy, Chud the Builder, Dalton Etherly, who they just released on $1 million bond. Shame on the state of Tennessee and the city of Nashville. Let's support our brother Joshua Fox for putting hands and feet all over that Nabisco who tried to harm him, tried to kill him, and our brother defended himself. So donate to his GoFundMe if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Brandy Short for putting that petition together. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got the petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. That's the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. So make sure y'all sign that. Change.org petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. The link is in the description. Then, as I've already alluded to, and as you can tell from the background, I am a candidate currently right now on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8, which has historically been a historically Black district up until recently, and we need to reclaim the district. So support me, Jesse Parrish, for Colorado State House of Representatives for House District 8. The link to the website that Lady Che has put together is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out. Then PukeTube, YouTube. We got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, the only racism that exists on this planet, in this time, and in this realm, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which again is the only racism that exists in this current time, era, and realm, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And she would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And she actually passed away here in the state of Colorado, in Colorado Springs, if I'm not mistaken, 10 years ago. So big rest in power to her. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Greetings, folks, from Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, I will be keeping an eye, on the Keefe D case out here. Also, too, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is going on a hiatus. We got to retrofit it, folks. You know what I'm saying? We got to retrofit it. And all the haters out there that I had, okay, please keep hating. Never apologize for how you honestly feel. And you know, good bastards, are some of the reasons why I'm going to undergoing a retrofit. You see? And then on top of it is, this business that's happening down here in the South. Okay, let's be real, people. These
salute gotta stop be in the building.
The truth ain't in them. The truth ain't in them on a collective basis. However, there were those who, like Viola Luiso, who got killed during the civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? So I'm acknowledging that. Okay. Then there were those who did support the Black Panther Party. You know what I mean? And whatnot. And then, of course, don't forget, what what's his name said, that the greatest threat to American national security is the mere organization of quote-unquote NEEKs, just the mere organization, you see, is a threat to the national security. Now, why is that? Is that there is fear of retribution, which I think it is. Just like how this hip-hop industry was, the art of rhythm and poetry was weaponized against us, okay? Yep. So, we are, as Che says, they all want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. And then to be perfectly honest about it, I honestly believe if they had went through such blues, you know, they would have folded. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then also too, and this here, Brother Chet, is just a historical comment that I'm making. The Black Panther Party never saluted no American flag. They're the ones that came with the power
That wasn't
sign.
what they were saluting, Shabaka. So you just completely missed the whole purpose of the video. What they were saluting was the heritage flag, which is our own flag. We have our own flag, Shabaka. Not the red, black, and green. Not the red, white, and blue. Heritage flag, which was designed in 1967. And
Now, who designed it?
Mel, what was the brother's name? I'm trying to remember the brother's name off the top of my head, Shabaka. But it was an FBA brother that created the flag back in 1967, the heritage flag.
Really?
And it was for, at the time, we're African Americans, which we don't identify with that term no more. But yeah, it was specifically for us. So that's what they were saluting. And what they were saluting was, we were saluting them for their work. That's what the whole video was. Like, you missed the whole purpose of the video. Like, that's why I played the video. Like, we're paying homage to them. They weren't saluting the American flag. So Melvin Charles was his name. It was Melvin Charles and Greason T. Jackson.
Okay. I think I heard of Greason T. Jackson.
Yeah. So the Black American Heritage flag, which was the flag that was being displayed, was created in 1967 by those two during the Civil Rights era. It was designed specifically to give Black Americans a distinct symbol for cultural pride, ancestral history, and a hope for the future.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. And then we got some comment sections here in the comments. Okay. And then hit me with the YouTube link, Brother Che, because I'm going to try to share it up there on a like page.
Yeah, and then, when you left last night, Black Joe got on. He was looking for you. So hopefully he taps back in.
Oh, okay. Okay, because like I said, you know, I was on, you know, my classified mission, you know what I'm saying? That I spoke to you about in a you know, in a private conversation, you know what I mean? And so we're trying to come up out here, you know, in the Wild Wild West, okay? And then, two, is that, you know, these other groups want our rhythm, but not our blues, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. And the sad part about it is, you know, when we go up here and speak, you know, these truths against the popular version of what is truth, you know, then we get all this ridicule, you know what I mean? And then I've even had debates within my own biological family about it, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. You see, so like I said, that's why we're going off into the retrofit, you know, and the only thing I could say, man, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? And, but, you know, we're going to move on, man, and make it better, you say. Okay, so I'm up here sharing this episode to the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, so those, keep your wrench ready, you know what I mean? And then on top of it as well, to all of this craziness, you know, we're gonna pretty much put an end to it, is because it's just madness, man. You know, it's just madness. But however, we all did know that the job was dangerous when we took it, you know, and whatnot. And this daggone little rascal up here, man, has only let me share so much. Well, you know, you're tagging too many people. You know what I'm saying? And then
spam. But yeah, do what you can, Shabaka. Share it on Facebook, share it on Twitter, share it on Instagram, wherever you share it. So the first topic is going to be Chiefy D. So as you know, the trial has begun. The DA did the opening remarks today, asked the jury to hold alleged killer Dwayne Keefe D. Davis in court. So I'm going to play this Law and Order. Well, I think that's the name. Law and Crime. Not the show Law and Order, but Law and Crime about the murder trial.
96. Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Dwayne Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Dwayne Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Dwayne Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Dwayne Davis himself. But to understand what happened on September 7th, 1996, on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles, but in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts on behalf of Suge Knight. But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has at times been referred to as an icon.
Yeah,
But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip hop artist associated with the mob pirate. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Dwayne Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Wayne Anderson was his nephew and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name, Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Dwayne Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Dwayne Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Dwayne Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Dwayne Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby.
Not 285.
You'll also hear that Baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a Death Row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the Death Row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again, this time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than a round, in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the Death Row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Dwayne Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Dwayne Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was at that time by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand.
It was at the MGM Grand got us now.
And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Dwayne Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Dwayne Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Dwayne Davis would later describe himself in a secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the federal task force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So what we learn is that Dwayne Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, no, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Dwayne Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in gang culture. Dwayne Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was a connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Hey, where you go to? What do you tell Zip right now? You tell Zip, hey, we're gonna go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, if y'all want us to come, like, you know what I'm gonna do? They was telling us they're gonna get 662 club.
Who said that?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. You want to come?
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Did she tell
It
you?
was in the lobby, in the lobby.
Did you ask her? Do you have one or just tells you, yeah, I got
Yeah, that's when they asked if we need some help. I said, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what to get.
Yeah.
So later, Dwayne Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Dwayne Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went out to the 626 club. They didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes. They didn't show up. So it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van and then I jumped in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Dwayne Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Dwayne Davis himself, KBD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Dwayne Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. His little story right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Long Bay Boulevard. And shit. Here he come that BMW with Jay Corny. And bros, Tupac. We like, there you go. Made the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted the U-turn. They was in a little lane. We just pulled up on the side, checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac, he gave his son away. Otherwise, they would got away. He always had
I didn't know God had a sister.
He did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You got to in the car. Have you already handed the gun at this point, or at what point do you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's when the neck going to the scalp, man. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting to blast if you had to, or you were just...
Yeah, if you would have been on my side, I would have blast.
Okay, thank you.
So you hand the gun to the backseat.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah, Dre was like, no. And Lane like, dude, wow.
So what you hear Dwayne Davis admit that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Dwayne Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur.
Okay, so you got to start.
Dwayne Davis has the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zip Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Dwayne Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Dwayne Davis, did not want to shoot at that time. So Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Dwayne Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally, on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you. Are you looking at this?
I just know he does something saying,
When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out of
the back seat or something.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside of that car?
I see the bullet going through. Yeah, I thought he was dead. He was scraped or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
Yeah, the thing in the head.
A little great.
I thought he did.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? You both stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you cool, let off.
Yeah. We made the right and so for all the Seabreeze homeless. Stupid bitches. When you shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should we?
Nothing. He couldn't really duck because he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One of the things Dwayne Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. A car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of them. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge at Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees a white Cadillac flee, and then what Dwayne Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Dwayne Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot. Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrives, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Dwayne Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Dwayne Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Dwayne Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today, in a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, somebody who is known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Dwayne Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Dwayne Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Dwayne Davis. And the thing we know about Dwayne Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Dwayne Davis. And as a result, Dwayne Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Dwayne Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Dwayne Davis says is, I don't have any information about that, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly recorded and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Dwayne Davis. In 2009, though, Dwayne Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Dwayne Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Dwayne Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas.
On your way out, Michael, what's your thoughts?
My thoughts, wow, this has been so many, decades.
Yeah, 30 years. It'll be 30 years next month.
Yep, 30 years, man. That's a long time. Thank God for the advances in DNA technology.
Mm-hmm. Right, but see, here's the thing: all the people that were involved are all dead. The only one that's still alive is Keith.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he looks so different too.
Well, that's what happens, man, when you age 30 years, man. You should have seen how I looked 30 years ago. Now I look like hell.
Yeah. Well, I'll catch you. Like I said, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much.
You're welcome,
Okay,
Michael.
All right.
Hey, Joe, you want to come on up?
Yeah, you want to come up, cuz? I'll drop the link for you. Oh, we're waiting on cuz to respond. I'm gonna finish the clip up.
Okay, and we had a pleasant 94 degrees right now, and it's clear.
It's like 9 minutes left of this clip, and then I'm gonna play his sister next. Tupac's sister.
Okay.
That he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beat. That he was the boss. That he was in the white Cadillac. That he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Dwayne Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Dwayne Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about Davis' admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Dwayne Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Dwayne Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Dwayne Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Dwayne Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
All right, you send me the link, Brother Che.
Really continue the story about the Tupac show. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story. I got nothing else to talk here about now.
Dwayne Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from. Remarkably, in 2019, Dwayne Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about Orlando Anderson about the beating of Orlando Anderson.
Hey, Joe.
He was in.
We can hear you, Joe. What up, cuz?
What's going on, y'all? Salute everybody.
All right, George. You know, out here in the Wild Wild West, you know, the Keefe D trial, man, is underway here in Clark County, Las Vegas, Nevada. I will be keeping an eye on it. Also, too, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is going on a retrofit. You know what I mean? And that there might take anywhere, man, you know, from 2.5 to 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not at liberty to discuss what business dealings I got going on out here. But it was brought to my attention, you know, that if it's not revamped, I could lose a lot of money that I need badly. And that's all I think I could say on that. But the Keefe D trial is going on. As we all know, they do refer to Las Vegas, Nevada as the Mississippi of the West. Okay.
Yep.
And then also too, as the, I guess who is this here would be the prosecutor right there, Brother Che, making his opening statement.
Yep.
And did he or did he not make the statement, you know, to bring Joe up to speed that the LAPD might be involved in this too?
Yep.
Oh man, see, this is where I went. I peep game on this. Y'all know who Glasses Malone is?
Yes.
When Glasses Malone made that video, Tupac Must Die, he sealed Keefe D fake. I land.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he did do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, Los Scandalous Goddess Navi, you know them, how should I say what those race soldiers are about, you know what I mean? What have you. But I'm very sorry about Mr. Shakur's death, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's finish the clip. Let's finish the
5
clip.
more minutes left of it.
Okay. Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the sheriff. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then Dwayne Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on, yeah. We ran into them, went to the light on the sunset and video, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, and that BMW hanging out with us, hey, it's Tupac, Tupac. And them bitches, shit, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. No shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private life. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions.
Okay, I want to address Status Navi here in a moment, Brother
He
Chad.
admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Dwayne Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He didn't just, my nephew never jumped on the fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with 2 motherfucking shoes. I mean, don't you think he was wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think you could have, reacted in a better way.
You, listen,
Hey, can I say something about that gun real quick?
Yes, sir.
So check it out. The prosecutor, he said a Glock 40. That's a Glock 22, 40 cal standard police issue. During that time, pretty much every cop across this nation switched over to 40 cal Smith & Wesson, and they were issued, I think it was a Gen 1 or Gen 2 Glock 22. To this day, they run Glock 22, 40 cal, but they just recently switched back to 9mm police and FBI. I land.
Wow, okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yes, I mean,
Dun, 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 dun.
He admitted that that man was wrong, man.
I mean, yeah, man, he was wrong, man, but that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But he never jumped, my nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew. He was a kid, man. My nephew was a fucking kid. He was a grown-ass man, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a fucking kid, dude. That's why he had on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. He jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur, nearly 30 years after the murder.
Way out in the forehead, dude. So he stopped the drink and put them on, motherfucker. On me to little cracky. You know what I'm saying? Fucking prison. Get fucking ass. All the rape little girls, jumping on little kids, all the way to fuck casino. That dude's a piece of shit. Yo?
Everything like this said, very well, but yeah,
Straight.
29 hours.
28 years later, that is the visceral anger that Dwayne Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Dwayne Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Dwayne Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews and public statements, and even in private calls, Dwayne Davis has repeatedly told us over and over again about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, We're going to ask you to finally hold Dwayne Davis accountable.
They got his ass. It's a wrap.
Yeah, man, he needs to plead bargain it out. So they're gonna make his ass comfortable up there in Fallon, you know. And next summer is gonna be very, very hot up there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm quite sure in the Clark County Jail, man, he's experiencing his heat as well too. The dude looks ragged, wore out. Cause what is it? He's been in custody going on 3 years now, I believe, Brother Che.
Yeah, something like that. But before that, he was on a damn media tour. He went on that damn Asian Blad. We keep telling you about damn Asian Blad.
Sitting up there, man, you know, talking shit. That's why we got to be careful, man, on what we're doing here, because this shit can be pulled up and a case can be fabricated against you in court.
Go ahead, Black.
TPD did a podcast tour trying to get all that money he could. In the meantime, guys in California was dropping music videos about that whole situation. Like I say, that Glasses Malone video, I'm surprised they ain't brought that up. Like that, when I seen that, I was like, oh yeah, they done. It's a wrap.
Yep.
Like Glasses Malone gave you a visual of how they hunted Tupac down in his video. Tupac must die.
Mm-hmm. I would play it, but I probably
you see?
Copyright strike.
Yeah, we already got a copyright strike. You said?
No, I was saying I would play it, but we'll probably get a copyright strike.
Okay, so don't risk it. You know, so
and Malone's music video, it's the white Cadillac, club, the footage from Tupac beating, like it's almost like a documentary, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm watching.
I remember around this time in 1996. Let me make sure I got my dates right. Okay, in 1996, I was in my mid-30s, okay? And I think, I'm not sure, Brother Jay, but I think me and Mad Dr. D was out here at this time, you know, trying to market Mike Tyson buttons because Mike Tyson, you know, was coming back to fight. And I don't think it was a guy by the name of Bruce Seldon. I think it was Frank Bruno, but I may be wrong. And we had left town ourselves about, oh shit, man, I'm going to say about 5 hours before this incident happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could have got
Black American
shit too, you know? Glad I did.
Black America, like this is FBA. Always keep your plausible deniability. Do not do what Keefy D did. Rest in peace, Tupac.
Right.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. They got to prove your guilt, man. You do not have to be a witness against yourself. Okay? That's what happened in the Huey Newton trial. You know, is that they got Gene McKinney up there when Dr. Newton was on trial in Alameda County, and he stated the Fifth Amendment. You know
I'll just mute it.
See, look, I'd have talked. I would have talked. I'd have gave them a history of Baby Lane, that Crip set, and everything else except for Tupac.
Yeah.
They would have been pissed that nothing about Tupac would have came out my mouth except for Baby Lane, the Crip set, the history of it, how it was started, Raymond Washington, the Crip set, Blood to Family. They'd have been like, man, get off my show.
Yep. Yeah, he did not be.
Yeah. And then when they had the rebellion in 1992, Joe, is that there was a brother, okay, you know, that was trying to build the truce, and he himself came up dead himself.
Yeah, the truth.
Yeah, when they had the Bloods and Crips CDs out, we was here in St. Louis pushing the red tapes and the blue tapes. It was real here, like
You talking
So
about get
I
on wax?
remember that. Yeah, Banging on Wax series. The people, none of them guys got paid.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a tragedy, and the police is the ones that's supposed to have to kick the gang war back off. By that's when the fake drive-by is supposed to be coming into play, which is why you had fuck with Chicago talk about the fake drive-bys. Now we seeing these real masks and these ski masks that you can see through with other people's faces
Right.
on them. Stay
Yeah,
woke, everybody.
Right.
Situational awareness.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
we did a show on that on Blog Talk, didn't we, Che?
the whole body suits, the ones
Yeah.
that got the arms that look like you black with the black hands.
Yep.
All that shit. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see? And then, that just goes to show, man, is that everybody wants our rhythm, but not our blues. But the key is, man, we can't keep going in on ourselves, you see? Because
I have to, OG.
Yes, sir. Yes,
OG,
sir.
I have to disagree with you on that. Some people would prefer to have our blues than the Arabs selling them in the slave market.
Oh, yeah. And then, too, yeah, that's what your girl, Dr. Marimba Ani, was talking about, who we're trying to reach out for in her book called The Ma'afa.
Yes, I got this video pulled up that Cuz was talking about. So I'm not going to play the music because they're going to give me a copyright strike. But I have it on mute. I'm just going to play the visual so y'all can see exactly what Cuz is talking about. It depicted everything that Chiefy D and his nephew and the other cats involved were up to.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly on their way to kill Tupac.
Mm-hmm. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is the equivalent of the YNs being in the chat rooms. I'm going to slide on you and pull up and get smoked, but police don't do nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Man, because they already had, like 2 people out here got killed, man, over these damn internet beefs out here in Las Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think this baby lying.
Yep.
That's September 1996. All right, that there is not Las Vegas, that's Los Angeles.
Yep.
Yeah, drinking
on the way to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they drove from Compton. Allegedly, they drove from Compton to LA.
Hub City. Yeah, that's Angel Town right there. Yeah. I still want to see what his
The Death Row train they got into it with him about.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
No,
so yeah, they're on the right highway coming here. Yep. I recognize the sign right there. They're about 6 miles away from I-15.
Same Cadillac.
Yeah.
And the Cadillac is missing.
Las
So
Vegas Boulevard, that's the crime scene right there, the MGM Grand. Yeah.
I'm sure somebody got that Lack as a trophy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's definitely the MGM Grand. I've been inside of there.
And if you're gonna gamble, man, go gamble downtown, man. Stay the fuck away from the strip.
Right. That's them allegedly jumping up window.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's something I'm very curious about right here. With them doing all that, with all them security guards they got in that casino, how come they're not intervening in it?
Right.
Reggie White,
the security guard.
Rampart scandal, the police connection.
Yeah. You talking about Perez? Yeah, Nino Durden. Yeah, I remember that case there too. Yeah, I think that was going on simultaneously. At the same
Listen,
time.
Reggie Wright, the cop Reggie Wright Jr. Hey, he got some videos out there that are just nasty work. I'm
Mm,
surprised the cops ain't dropped him.
right.
Yeah, that's Los Angeles for you. Nice place to be from, far away from. You know. And this is why, Joe, like you and I, man, we don't put our mugs up there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey, and Glasses Malone, a Crip from around the way with them or something like that. He's supposed to be affiliated or cool. Hey, so him making Glasses Malone being a Crip and making this video is nasty work.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
I just found Cuz on Twitter too.
Yeah.
They on the strip.
Yeah.
Vegas Boulevard.
Let me see. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see. Okay. So they're putting out, so they're making a video on this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that does look like LVB.
Yep. So that's them allegedly shooting him.
In fact, that is LVB, which is the South Las Vegas Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. No one was ever officially charged in connection with the murder of Tupac Shakur until
now.
Orlando Baby Lane Anderson was killed on May 29th, 98 in a gang-related shooting.
I should have got Mansa Musa in the building with us up.
Yeah, what's up, Mansa Musa? Yeah, thank you for joining us, brother. It's been a minute. 7th Street Watts.
Yeah, that's where Glasses Malone is from, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if one of my homeboys made a video like that, man, I'm not gonna say, but that's nasty work.
That is.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nobby, I'm gonna play what his sister had to say next. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, cuz I almost forgot about that video.
Mm-hmm.
100.
Yeah, and Keefy D's gonna fall.
Yeah, his fate is sealed.
Yeah, he's through. He's washed up.
They played him on the money. It wasn't no cash in hand. It was a promise. Don't know who does that?
Right. And then you go on Blad on top of it.
Man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yep. And down there by that Las Vegas sign, man, you got content creators up there galore, man. You know what I mean?
We got to stop letting spite outweigh logic in this community, man.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about Joe throughout the whole country, man. Rather it's LA, the Shy.
Exactly. It's going to be some consensus about this spite making us crash out.
Mm-hmm.
We got our brother Mansa Musa from B-More in the building. Salute, Mansa Musa.
Oh, okay. So we got Baltimore in the house. Okay. Thank you for staying.
Salute, Baltimore.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna play with it. I'm gonna play what Tupac's sister had to say next.
Yeah.
To her brother's death in the court.
Yeah.
After all this time, will someone finally face justice for the killing of music icon Tupac Shakur?
Well, no, life as big as Tupac's was. I mean, the weight of his life is taken in senseless violence at such a young age. There isn't really a replacement.
Right now, attorneys are going head-to-head in a Las Vegas courtroom where Dwayne "Keefy D" Davis stands trial for allegedly orchestrating this infamous crime. But before we talk about the opening statements and day one of the trial, we need to go back to the life and legacy of Tupac Shakur.
I think what the universal we will never know who he could have been if he lived more than 25 years. The 25 years that he did live, I think we all do know who he is.
Only Law and Crime sat down with his sister, Setchua Shakur, set to find out who he really was and what she wants the world to remember. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The night was September 7th, 1996, Las Vegas, Nevada. Mike Tyson had just knocked out Bruce Seldon in the first round at the MGM Grand. The Strip was packed. The biggest fight of the year was over, but something else was just beginning.
So we got
somewhere on the streets of Las Vegas, a white.
We got Biggie. Yeah, we got Biggie 5423. How you be? How you be?
He said he's at the gym, just tapping in. Appreciate you coming through.
No, yeah. Keep that work up, brother. Keep that work up. It'll keep you young.
Cadillac was closing in.
I got in the car with Holmes, We ran into them. We went up to the light on Sunset and Flamingo.
The car drove up alongside a black BMW carrying Tupac Shakur, one of the biggest stars in the world.
And we was the first ones.
Yeah.
Luckiest one, I guess. Hit that corner, gave a little chase, boom, boom, boom.
At least 12 shots were fired. 4 hit Tupac Shakur. And 6 days later, on September 13th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was pronounced dead.
Yeah.
He was 25 years old. And for nearly 3 decades, the question that has haunted hip-hop, that has haunted America, that has haunted a family has been, who killed Tupac? Tupac was a brother. He was a son. He was an artist who changed the rap industry at the time. He is somebody who is still talked about so much today.
Yeah, we know you don't.
We sat down with one person who knew him probably better than anyone else, his sister, Setchua Shakur, Set. And she gave us the most personal look at the man behind the icon.
I think what the universal we will never know who he could have been if he lived more than 25 years.
Right.
The 25 years that he did live, I think we all do know who he is. If you ever laughed with him, if you've ever seen him smile, it's a gift and it touched your life. He was truly, in my eyes, our shining prince.
This is the story of Tupac Shakur and what his sister wants the world to remember as this trial finally begins. So Tupac was born Lassane Parish Crooks on June 16, 1971 in Harlem, New York. But his mother, Afeni Shakur, ended up changing his name. She renamed him Tupac Amaru Shakur. This is after an Inca revolutionary who led a rebellion against Spanish rule in the 1700s. Afeni Shakur was a member of the Black Panthers, deeply involved in the movement's fight for justice and equality. And when she was pregnant with Tupac, she was actually awaiting trial as part of the Panther 21, this group of Black Panthers accused of conspiring to bomb police stations and other public places. She represented herself in court, by the way, and was acquitted. Tupac's father, Billy Garland, was also a Black Panther, though he was largely absent from Tupac's childhood. There was a man named Mutulu Shakur, born Gerald Wayne Williams, stepfather of Tupac, reportedly considered his father. And as a prominent Black liberation activist and leader in the Black Liberation Army, he spent years on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list before serving over 35 years in federal prison. And it was that history that also shaped the way that Set viewed the criminal justice system, especially when it came to her brother's murder.
Unfortunately, our family, because of the history of America and our family's history here, we have no expectations or low expectations of the criminal system ever. We've never had any expectations for the criminal system to hunt down someone for my brother's murder. Just Black boys, young black boys, and
Reggie Wright and Reggie Wright Jr.
tend to be swept under the rug. in America often. So we didn't have high expectations in the beginning.
Now, growing up, Tupac moved around a lot. Harlem, the Bronx, Baltimore, then eventually to Marin City, California, and later Oakland. His family struggled financially.
City,
there were times they
if you're
lived in
gonna
homeless
say the
shelters.
name, say it right.
But there was also
damn
art.
place called
His mother
Marin
wrote
City.
poems, encouraged
It's
him to
Marin.
write. He attended the Baltimore School for the Arts, where he studied acting, and poetry, and ballet. Even as a teenager, there was a magnetism to him. His close friend from that time, Jada Pinkett Smith, once said she knew he was special from the moment that she met him. He was even reportedly reading Machiavelli. His sister tells us it was his ability to make people feel seen and to put their own experiences into words that really made Tupac stand out.
I personally believe that my brother was a zeitgeist for our generation.
Yep.
I believe that he was an actual human being that lived actual human experiences, and the experiences that he lived, he had actual feelings about and actual emotions about, and he shared them with the world. And his experience wasn't that different from the average human being's experience. Everybody's experienced pain and sorrow and trauma and loss and joy and the love of a woman or the anger of an enemy or the care for the community. And because he spoke to such basic human emotions and instances, I believe his message and his care, I'm going to use the word care, will always be relevant. I always compare him to any of the prophets that any of the religions want to, use as an example of a good human being, a total human being. That's who he was. So I think all human beings will always connect and be able to understand his intentions.
By the time he was in his late teens, Tupac Shakur had experienced poverty, instability, living in a community that was affected by violence. But he also had this incredible gift for articulating what people felt but couldn't put into words. Now, Tupac's career launched in the early 1990s, first as a backup dancer and a rapper with Digital Underground, and then as a solo artist. His debut album, Tupacalypse, now dropped in 1991, and it was clear from the start that this was something different. It wasn't just party music. And honestly, it was raw, political, angry, and painfully honest.
That makes sense.
Songs like Brenda's Got a Baby tackled teen pregnancy and poverty. Trap was about
Can I say something?
brutality. The album caught the attention of the administration.
Man, the reason why Tupac had to go is because he had the ability to break the curse of LBJ on the black community. I had those N-words voting Democrat the next 200 years.
Exactly, that part. Yeah, that part.
Yep. Definitely waking us up. I have to put a stop.
There's Snoop Dogg standing right there next to him.
Yeah, don't get us started on Snoop.
At the time, and honestly, not in a good way. You had Vice President Dan Quayle publicly criticizing it, saying it had, quote, no place in our society. But that didn't stop Tupac. His second album, Strictly For My N-Words, went platinum, gave him his first major hit, I Get Around, which peaked at number 11 on the Billboard Hot 100 charts. From there, he then signed with Death Row Records in 1995, released All Eyes on Me. This was a double album that is widely regarded in the hip-hop world.
No cracker. He released Me Against the World in 1995. That was with so many tears.
Lord knows, you hear me? Lord knows.
Lord knows. Yeah, that was my shit. Heavy in the Game. Oh my God, that whole album, Lord, man, don't get me started, Black Joe. That's like my favorite.
100.
That came out in 95, and then in 96, he dropped the double album, All Eyes on Me.
Okay.
The most well-known, it featured songs like California Love, How Do You Want It? But for all the success,
Yep.
There was
Ain't
tension.
easy. Yes.
He was a man of contradictions.
Yeah. Oh.
Someone who signed to a label run by Suge Knight, a man with reportedly deep ties to gang culture. He spoke about love and community in the same breath as violence and revenge. And for his family, it was this complicated image that is part of what made him special.
When a life like my brother, my mother's son,
Death Around the Corner was prophetic.
the
My
artist,
fault.
the
It was
philosopher, the actor,
yes,
the cousin, the loved one.
What was the 2 movies he played
When
in?
life is big
Poetic
as
Justice
Tupac's
and
was,
Gang
I mean,
Related.
the way
Gang related, poetic justice, gridlocked, and I think it was one more. But both of them, all them soundtracks were dope as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And he was in several TV shows. He was in like everybody's music videos at the time. Like Pac was all over the place. Like you couldn't help but to see Pac.
Mm-hmm.
weight of his life
Above
is taken in senseless.
Yep, Above the Rim, that was another one. Yep, he was in Above the
I
Rim.
haven't seen that where Denzel was on the basketball court.
Yep, he was in Above the Rim too. Yep, I knew it was another one. Yep.
Violence at such a young age, there isn't really a replacement. There isn't really like an eye for an eye or get back or one day we're going to feel better or it's going to be okay because he's gone.
It's remarkable to see someone as beloved as him. It's remarkable.
I like the soundtrack. The soundtrack was my shit. I love the gang-related soundtrack. Like These Days, that's like my favorite song. One of my favorite songs with Nate Dogg. These days, you gotta be strapped.
Above the Rim, Tupac song Pain. The first song Pain, not before the one All Eyes on Me album.
It runs deep. Share it with me. Yeah, that was my shit too.
Who did we just lose?
That whole Above the Rim soundtrack was dope. We lost Joe. He'll be back.
Okay. Man, it's that damn StreamYard with its bullshit. Yeah. Okay. I've never heard it, Jess. I've got to check that out.
Yeah, that soundtrack is dope as hell. Yep, pour out a little liquor. That was on Above the Rim. Yep. And on Thug Life. Yep. Oh, yeah, we forgot about Thug Life. Thug Life came out in 94. That was like one of the group. And it was an acronym. It was the hate that you give little infants fucks everyone.
Mm-hmm.
That was that.
But
that
overall, though, man, the rap industry has been weaponized against us, is because even his auntie said that, Asada.
Oh yeah, we've known that since the 50s and 60s.
The 50s and 60s.
Yeah, because they changed the music.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. You just brought something to my attention, Brother Che. Let me see, about 2.5 weeks ago, I was in a Westgate hotel, right?
Yeah.
They got this statue up there, this bastard Elvis Presley, okay?
Oh my God.
So, when I first got here, I told you that, but I don't think I told Joe or Navi. They said, say, bro, you want to take a picture with the king? I said, the king of what? The king of rock and roll. I said,
No.
fool, let me tell you something. And I said, fool.
Yeah.
And this is no bullshit, as God is my witness.
Mm-hmm.
In Los Angeles, in about the late 80s, I bumped into Little Richard in the bank, okay? I think I had me, man, like about a $24 record to cash, you know what I'm saying? So Little Richard was standing up there and everybody was gathered around him. And he says, to hell with Elvis Presley, right? He said himself, Little Richard, Bo Diddley, and Chuck Berry were the creators of rock and roll. And of course, we can't forget Sister Rosetta Tharpe, okay? You see what I'm saying? And Big Mama Thornton, you ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Yeah.
It wasn't the greatest hits. Let me correct Nabi on something. It wasn't the greatest hits album. It was the Are You Still Down? I think that's the one that you're thinking of that came out in '98. Because the greatest hits one came out in '99, and then the Outlaws came out with Still I Ride.
I picked something. He left out every CD that would have caused a revolution.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, cause that's strictly for my niggas in that Tupacalypse Now. Those two albums just are very revolutionary.
They directed anger.
Yep.
They took misdirected and misplaced anger and directed it.
Yep.
Yes, sir, they did. But as the Queen Mother said, and thank God that she died free, may Assata Shakur rest in peace. And I think that we did a episode on that when we was with Blog Talk Justice. She says, why is every damn record that they make with this shit, I was talking about getting high, killing somebody or something like that, and it could have been used as a very, very positive influence. And then just like what we did, Brother Che, about Clive Davis. You see what I'm saying?
I like to wonder if Heaven Got a Ghetto.
Yeah.
If Heaven Got a Ghetto.
Yeah, like Clive Davis. Mm-hmm.
I had the CD too.
I forgot what CD that is.
I had the greatest hits. I had Are You Still Down? I had.
Hey, did he name Tupacalypse Now?
I did, but he didn't.
I said the white boy didn't name that, like Violent and Soldier Story. You know what I'm saying?
He
He
didn't name the songs off of it. No, he just named the album. He didn't name the songs off of it. Nope.
So he did name Tupacalypse.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was a kid at the time, Big E, so I thought that was a good song. I don't know if Heaven Got a Ghetto.
Yeah.
He said that was Booty Juice.
Hey, don't forget the Lost Tapes.
Oh my God, the Lost Tapes was dope. Man, he had so many dope albums.
Okay, and then
that was when I first heard When We Ride on Our Enemies.
Let's look at what happened with Michael Jackson.
Yep.
Okay, you know what Michael Jackson's crime was, right?
Having tethers around him. I tell the truth.
Nope. No. He had acquired the Beatles
late night
book.
I remember that.
Okay. Yeah, Paul McCartney, John Lennon. Okay, and I remember the day John Lennon was killed in 1980.
I think they just put the top selling hits on that album. But yeah, they could have put songs on there.
Okay, because I'm trying to remember the name of the damn bit. Paul McCartney, John Lennon, Ringo Starr, and George Harrison. Because they sued the shit out of George Harrison when he made a song called My Sweet Lord, right? But what it was, he had hijacked it, a record by a black group.
Oh yeah, you got to hear that song, Nabi.
What song is that?
In the late night, DJ Quick did that song for Tupac.
Okay. And Biggie 5423 says, yeah, bro, Mike took on Sony. He would have owned the whole company. Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Biggie. You see what I'm saying?
But wait, see, this is why I said I got to piggyback off my comment earlier. If instead of Mike, if Mike wouldn't have used spite for what they had been doing to people and used logic, he'd probably still be with us.
Okay, you talking about MJ, right?
Yes, sir. I understand trying to get the masters is one thing, but when you get to the masters and you make a commercial with that music and you getting residuals and the residuals, that spike, you create a lane to where they don't want the residuals. They want what you're bringing to the table. The old stuff, okay, that's fine. It's 2026. The new slogan everybody keeps saying, it's not the 90s, it's 2026. You have to do something like that. But to go after that, to spike those record companies, is to put a mark on your back. Rest in peace, Prince.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Same thing with Prince. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Like my brother Reno always says, they want your masters, they want your publishing. You're more dead than alive.
Exactly. You see
Just
what I'm
so.
saying? Yeah, and Biggie 54 say, it's a woman whose ass got ass in here. Lord have mercy. But I digress. Remember, Biggie, it takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, and only one woman will put him there. Not being facetious. If you're gonna fight for some money. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go PPD on you and never trust a big button smile. That girl is poison.
No, poison.
Man, gentlemen, I found out last week. This is off topic. I just need a second since y'all talking about this. I found out last week that a woman can go file a TPO against you, come around you, call the police, and you're going to go to jail even if you're at work because you have a duty to retreat when that happens. A cop explained that to a young man. So if she files a TPO against you, she can come wherever you at, and you have to flee. If you don't, you will face arrest.
Damn.
And they let the women know that. The women know this. They know this when they file that.
Yep, they know that beforehand. That's why they do it a lot of times. Yep. Lord, let me finish up this clip.
You'll see someone who has this lasting legacy all this time after, for people who even weren't born, who didn't even know, who weren't around when Tupac was around. Oh, and by the way, let me just say, we're kind of limited here on Sidebar and how much we can show you, every page of every document or every minute of an opening statement or closing argument. So we developed the Long Crime Plus case files. You go on the Long Crime Plus app under the case files section.
Man, I ain't downloading your shit, man. Fuck you, shit.
Tupac. And this is essentially opening up the app for an entire month free. Head on over to longcrimeplus.com. Enter promo code SIDE. The controversies. You had the East Coast, West Coast rivalry, increasingly dominant.
I just want to touch on that. The media filled that nonsense. Was no damn East West Coast rivalry. I mean, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all older than me. But I know the media had a lot to do with that shit.
Well, of course, Brother Che. You see, look what they did to Tyler Perry's ass. His ass thought he was going to go in there and buy Paramount. You saw what they did to him. Look what the fuck they did to Bill Cosby. He thought he was going to go buy NBC. You saw what the fuck they did to him.
Let me say a lot by saying a little bit, right? So, once again, this last week, the women are mad, okay, y'all. Like, I don't know what y'all doing to these women, but they letting y'all secrets out. Drugs, man, trucking companies, not land.
And Goddess Navi says, bruh, New York niggas was banging behind Biggie.
Yeah, they was bugging. Yeah, they was bugging. I do remember that.
So, what can go into Mexico, get pharmaceutical supplies, and come back into the U.S. without getting checked?
A woman.
An 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
That's registered.
Yeah, you're right.
What if the dog smell of opioid? I'm delivering medical goods.
Yeah.
Good point, Big. That's a good point, Joe. An 18-wheeler, yeah.
Gentlemen, be good to these women if you are exposing them to your enterprises.
Sir, you keep everything classified, okay?
How classified can you keep you running an 18-wheeler company and you washing money? You living in a $100,000 house and your wife is seeing over $1 million a year. Cash.
Yeah.
I used to work for a company that was doing that same shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's the East Coast West Coast beef. The way I heard it, that's not only was that the East Coast West Coast beef. Right now, that's the Memphis Texas beef. That was the Dolph Mo 3 thing, all of it go back to, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then
Dominating hip hop, the media. Tupac found himself at the center of it. He had apparently this falling out with Notorious B.I.G., once a close friend. There were diss tracks. There were alleged public threats. There was a lot of noise at that time. But this is where things got complicated for a lot of people. There was some media coverage reduced Tupac to just another alleged gangster rap, dangerous, violent, what some labeled as a product of the streets that he rapped about. But others would argue he was really a young man navigating fame and violence and poverty. And then there was his acting. So Tupac was in a number of films: Juice, Poetic Justice, Above the Rim, Gridlocked. And by 1996, Tupac Shakur was arguably the most famous rapper in the entire world. All Eyes on Me had gone quintuple platinum. He was everywhere: magazine covers, movies, MTV, and the news. But the spotlight was getting hotter. The East Coast, West Coast rivalry had shifted into something much darker. Tupac ended up getting wrapped up in it. His feud with Notorious B.I.G. became a defining conflict in hip-hop. And if you remember, Tupac had been shot before. 1994, he was robbed and shot 5 times in the lobby of a New York recording studio. He survived, but that experience reportedly changed him. And then came that fateful night, September 7th, 1996. So Tupac Shakur was in Las Vegas with Suge Knight, attending the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand. And according to police, this is what ultimately went down that night.
Members of the Southside Compton Crips, which included Dwayne Davis, along with his nephew Orlando Anderson, were also in attendance at the same event. As both were leaving the fight, members of Death Row Records spotted Orlando Anderson near an elevator bank inside the MGM. And at that time, they began to kick and punch him near that elevator bank. I will now show you hotel security footage, as many of you have already seen, related to this incident.
When he dropped hit him up.
And on this incident, you will see Tupac Shakur, who's wearing a shiny satiny shirt, along with Marion Suge Knight, who's a large man in a brown suit, punching and kicking Orlando Anderson. Following this incident, you'll see hotel security enter.
It's either that or No Vaseline. Those are some of my favorite diss songs. Hit 'em up and No Vaseline.
I know one damn thing for
and
sure,
then they
man.
will leave
These days,
the
ain't
area of the
nobody
fight.
going in them casinos starting shit.
Oh no,
That's
no,
for real.
yeah, they clamped down on all that. But back then,
big time,
they was lax on security.
Mm-hmm.
Little did anyone know that it is this incident right here that would ultimately lead
New York, that's another one, Biggie.
to the retaliatory shooting and death.
To New York, No Vaseline, and Hit 'Em Up. Those are like the top 3 diss songs in hip hop history.
Wait, Jesse. If you ain't heard Mo 3 slide on him, check that out.
Oh, that slide on, I did hear that. Oh, yeah, that was a hard piece too. Well, I'm saying for like the 90s, like those 3 songs was like the top
100.
Death of Tupac Shakur.
What happened next is well documented. Anderson's uncle, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, was apparently also at the MGM that night, even though he now seems to dispute that he was in Las
That's
Vegas.
the face of regret.
Prosecutors, Davis devised a plan to retaliate, allegedly obtained a gun, got into a white Cadillac with Anderson and 2 other men, and went looking for Tupac and Suge. Around 11:15 p.m., the Cadillac pulled alongside Tupac's BMW. This was at the intersection of Flamingo Road and Koval Lane. At least 12 shots were fired. Tupac was hit 4 times, twice in the chest, once in the arm, and on the thigh. One of those bullets pierced his lung. Now, Suge was apparently grazed by shrapnel. But
New York critics.
Tupac was rushed to the University Medical Center in Las Vegas. He underwent surgery. He was placed in a medically induced coma. And for 6 days, the world waited. And by September 13th at 4:03 p.m., Tupac Shakur was pronounced dead, 25 years old. And for his family, This loss brought something else. It brought forth another painful realization. Maybe they would never find out who killed Tupac.
When Tupac died, it was September of '96.
Yeah.
I was about to turn 21, and I turned 21 in October, and later that month, just 1 month after his passing, his murder was on Unsolved Mysteries, which means to me, and which told me as a young woman that the case was wrapped and already deemed unsolvable. And that was just 1 month after his passing.
For years after Tupac's death, this case seemed frozen in time. Investigators eventually identified 4 men as the occupants of that white Cadillac, allegedly Orlando Anderson, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. But there wasn't enough to bring charges, and one by one, the other men in that car died. Anderson was killed in a gang-related shooting in 1998. Smith died in 2004 of natural causes. Brown was killed in a shooting in 2015. So that left just one person still alive who allegedly had been in that Cadillac, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. And Keefe D. started talking. In 2008, sat down with law enforcement, including a task force that was investigating Tupac's murder. And in that interview, according to investigators, he described his role in the shooting, how he obtained the gun, how he was in the car, how he passed the weapon to the back seat. But the interview was part of what's called a proffer agreement. So essentially a deal where someone shares information in exchange for immunity, or at the very least, the understanding that those statements won't be used against them. Then you go to 2019. Davis published his memoir. It's called Compton Street Legend.
Yeah,
he gave interviews promoting the book. And he described the night of the shooting in vivid detail. He talked about being in the car, about the gun, about the chase.
I got in the car with them, yeah. We ran into them, went up to the light on Sunset and Flamingo.
The gym.
And dude was acting like he was in a parade or something. And that BMW hanging out the window. Hey, this Tupac, he's Tupac. And then they was hollering for him. And we let there go that it came up on the side of him.
So let's talk about that. So you guys went to the liquor store, and then I think you said in the book Big Meech was with you, like no,
that was a misprint.
Oh, it was a misprint.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So so you was in the van. You guys went to the liquor store, get some bottles and stuff, and then you was in the van, but then you hopped in with Baby Lane in their car.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay. And then so y'all get in, and then you guys are heading back to the carriage house, was it?
Yeah, we was heading back to our room, yeah.
To the rooms. And then you see this entourage or caravan of everybody.
Yeah, and it was the dude.
Pac.
Yeah, he was hanging out the window. Then we just came up on the gutter lane. It was like 13 cars. All of them was black, too.
Uh-huh.
I guess Suge had a thing for the black cars that night. So we went over to the side of them, and we seen him. And out there she wrote.
Oh, Biggie, I didn't know you was out
And I read in the book, you said that it looked like you guys were.
That's why I always say when he come on, I say Compton is in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's from the Hub City. He is directly from the Hub City.
Rolled up and Pac
Looked like he was reaching, yeah. Looked like he was ready to bust our and she's like, we was the first ones.
Yeah.
Luckiest one, I guess.
Yeah, that's
hit that corner.
On Nobby.
Gave a little chase. Boom, boom, boom. Got the busing. We bust back. Jumped up out that. I like put the gun on the tire. Got the on.
Now here's the deal. In Nevada, under the law, you can be charged with murder even if you didn't pull the trigger. Essentially, aiding and abetting is enough if you help plan or facilitate the crime in some way. And Davis had allegedly previously said he was in the car, that he was part of the plan.
Well, under Nevada law, and this is the law in most states in this country, you can be charged with a crime whether you're directly involved or whether you're an aider and abettor.
Yep,
we have an aiding and abetting statute, which provides that if you help somebody commit a crime, you can be equally as guilty.
So the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department worked to build their case. And it was on September 29th, 2023, over 2 decades after Tupac Shakur was killed, that Las Vegas police finally made an arrest.
27 years.
Man, not the Google cars again, man.
27 years.
Yeah, you remember.
For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice. We are here today to announce the arrest of 60-year-old Dwayne Keith Davis, a.k.a. Keefy D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Dwayne Keefy D. Davis was charged with murder with a deadly weapon with the intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal gang. This arrest made headlines around the world because finally it was a break in one of the most famous unsolved cases in American history.
In Las Vegas Boulevard,
so what they got
man.
for?
You know what I'm saying?
Biggest case in Las Vegas history.
Oh yeah? Like recent?
September 7th, 1996.
Oh no! Wow, that's a long time. That's a long time away.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, not a detective quite yet, but yeah. That's a long time away, man. What was that? 20-some years? No, more than that. Yeah. Sure took him a while. Huh?
That damn sure ain't Las Vegas.
I ain't worried about it. I ain't care.
So the trial of Dwayne Keefy D. Davis is getting underway. And after years of legal maneuvering and motions to suppress evidence, questions about whether Davis's own words could be used against him, there is a jury that has been seated. 6 men, 10 women, 4 of them alternates. They're going to decide the fate of the only person ever charged in Tupac Shakur's murder. Now, Davis has pleaded not guilty. He is innocent unless proven guilty. His defense has argued that his memoir was fictionalized, that he didn't pull the trigger, that he believed his earlier statements to law enforcement were protected, that anything that he said was just exaggerated or fabricated to sell a book. But the judge has seemingly ruled that Davis adopted the book's contents as his own, that his public admissions can be used against him.
The defendant's omission arguments do not establish a showing of intentional or reckless misconduct required under Franks versus Delaware. They also don't show that the inclusion of the omitted facts would have defeated the good cause finding. The warrant was executed pursuant to judicial authorization. There's no showing of bad faith, and so suppression is not warranted here. The motion is denied. States prepare the order.
We believe the prosecution is expected to call between 35 and 45 witnesses, law enforcement, gang experts, potentially members of Tupac's own family. Suge Knight is also on the witness list, although he has said he does not want to testify. He told ABC News last week that getting on the witness stand is, quote, worse than taking a gun and shooting that man in the head. He said he wouldn't be responsible for sending another man to prison for the rest of his life. But Davis, yeah, he faces life in prison without parole if he's convicted. And I will tell you, in a strategic move, he waived his right to have the jury decide his sentence. Yeah, if he's found guilty, it will be the judge that decides his punishment.
If it's a first-degree murder, that has to be an equal and consecutive 20 to life sentence or life without the possibility, 20 to 50 sentence, 20 to life, or life without the possibility of parole. So that would be up to the judge sentencing, no matter what the jury found.
But for Tupac's sister, Sakiwa Shakur, this trial is not about revenge.
Where I do find justice is in all of the people that's been inspired by him, all of the doctors, the legal field, people in the legal field, all of the lawyers, the doctors, the teachers, the artists, the new philosophers that come around that have been inspired by Tupac, that keep his name, his energy, his integrity, and his vision for our people alive, or for human beings alive. That is justice. The fact that his impact still shakes and moves and shapes this world, that's justice. But my message to them, whomever you are, is thank you for trusting him. Thank you for taking his words and his intentions and putting action in life to it, and continuing his legacy of love, struggle, and resilience.
This trial is scheduled to last about 4 to 5 weeks, and we will be following every moment of it, streaming this entire trial on our Long Crime Trials channel. And here on Sidebar, we're going to be doing recaps of the biggest moments from each day.
Now, this Nabisco ass bastard right there, man. I would love to get up there and debate his ass.
Right.
But also too, Joe and Goddess Navi, and also too, Biggie. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is going to be going on hiatus, you know, to rebuild it. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I can say on that there too, because if I said anything else, I'll be violating fiduciary relationship.
Right, he does look sleepy. What's your thoughts, Joe?
All right, so check this. Suge Knight, Mob Paru, Mob James, them, Southside Crips, Diddy, them. What went on in the 90s, we didn't have what we have today, social media and stuff, okay?
Right.
So for Diddy to be arrested with his own designer cocaine named after him that he was trafficking in airplanes and across state lines, who I forgot the middleman name that Keefy D was supposed to have got the million from, but that's the missing link.
Oh yeah.
So this ain't been a war of ideology. It's been a drug war.
Yep. You right.
And Diddy,
I'm sorry, Joe. Go
and
ahead.
Sean,
Okay.
and Combs has been successfully trafficking cocaine across the United States and abroad since the 90s.
Yep. That's very true. All right, what were you gonna say, Shabaka?
Yeah, no, I was just responding to Goddess Navi. She says, "Oh, word, Shabaka, sorry to hear that, and may you be blessed to resume as soon as possible." Oh yeah, because I'm getting ready to have this stuff all professional. You see what I'm saying? And because, like I said, you know, I got something going on out here in Las Vegas, and it's all perfectly legal, okay? Right. And I'm not at liberty to discuss it.
That's understandable, Shabaka.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll keep y'all updated on the Keefy D trial.
Yeah, and I'll keep and then also too, I'll be going up here getting a Las Vegas Review Journal, man. You know, getting them out of the court proceedings as they go. You know.
So in other news, we had another lynching. This time in Raleigh, North Carolina. And of course, they trying to say, no, foul play involved, and this is not a lynching, it's a suicide. You know, the same routine. We know goddamn well it's a goddamn lynching, though.
Yeah, it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it is. So what? And like I said, I'm going up here to go see me, man, and get me some power tools, man.
Right.
Not at my age.
Hey,
I ain't gonna be nobody's Vic.
Go ahead.
Remember though, you got a lot of folk that's trying to out white supremacists to white supremacists. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Blackmail.
Exactly.
So Dr. Richie gonna give us an update. Then I'm gonna follow up with Taylor House.
Okay.
Found hanging from a tree in North Carolina. We actually have a photo that was from North Carolina. The body of an unidentified man found hanging from a tree is being investigated by the Raleigh Police Department as an actual unaliving. Alleged images of the crime scene have been circulating online. That's one of them there. I want to give you the official statement from the police. Quote, August 15th, 2026.
Yeah. I'm starting another.
At approximately 3:07 p.m., Raleigh police officers and medical personnel responded to 318 South McDowell Street in reference to a report of a subject hanging from a tree.
Yeah, the fire department.
Upon arrival, first responders removed the subject from the tree and initiated life-saving measures. The subject was pronounced deceased as a result of his injuries. There appears to be no foul play involved.
Bullshit.
Okay. There's more to the statement. Before I get into the second part of this statement, you're already wondering what is the but-for factor. Why are they concluding that this was self-inflicted? We're going to get into that in a moment. Quote, we want to take a moment to acknowledge the disturbing post that is currently being shared regarding this investigation that occurred today. We understand that this loss may be deeply, deeply painful for those who knew and cared about the individual. We ask everyone to please be mindful of the family and friends who are grieving, and to avoid sharing unverified information or speculation while investigators continue their work.
We investigated our
put up
and found we did nothing wrong. Fuck out of here, Raleigh.
Yeah, like that Scorpion unit down there in Memphis.
Yeah.
The city council member. This is Raleigh City Council member Corey Branch. Councilmember Branch on Facebook on Sunday said, quote, yesterday, an African-American male was found hanging from a tree, and RPD along with state and federal officials are investigating. I ask that we let RPD and the SBI do the investigating and more information to come. End quote. North Carolina tracks violent deaths, including those that come by way of self-infliction, and found that there were nearly 1,600 reported self-inflicted deaths in 2023. The most recent data available, the majority of these unalivings among non-Hispanic African-American men, 63.3% involve firearm, followed by hanging at 21.1%. According to state data, more than half of all reported self-inflicted deaths between 2020 and 2024 in North Carolina happened by way of a firearm. 21.4% were by hanging. That's according to the available data. Now, I'm agreeing with the councilman that the investigation needs to happen, period.
Yeah, I see that.
You have 3 bodies investigating this. It's an investigation. Understand, that's the actual thing we have been calling for as it relates to the 6 people that investigations concluded quite immediately, no foul play involved, without having the auspices of the federal government, state investigation, or local investigation being significantly lacking. Put them up. We covered this last week. However, as we covered, at least 6 Black people
I agree now.
have been found dead hanging in publicly reported cases across the United States in 2026 alone. Several deaths were quickly classified as self-inflicted by the local police, while families and communities in some cases have questioned those conclusions, especially considering historic context of being Black people publicly lynched and killed throughout the country in years past, in particular those that happened in the South. Now, traditionally, because I think we've forgotten this part
He's in Atlanta, right?
of investigative protocol.
Yeah, because I think that's the Georgia
If
state
the local
assembly
police
building
department
right
is
there.
going to make that call and make that call quickly without forensic, without having the medical examiner's official report on file, without providing you any additional information as to cause and effect or their reasoning to come to this conclusion, is usually because they found something, like a letter that determined it was actually self-inflicted. and they lead with that letter. And typically, even if the person who's deceased left a letter, they still investigate to make sure that they close any loose end that perhaps was open. Well, the 6 black people, where's your letter? Is there a letter in this one?
Hello?
Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, check this out, man. Look, this is my problem. Shabaka there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Shabaka, sir.
Shabaka, may I employ your excellent reading skills for a minute?
Okay. Now, I think I got
So
to
let
the
me-
3rd grade. I'm like Jethro Bodine, man. I'm 100 years old trying to graduate from the 6th grade.
So before I ask you to read this, let me say something to everybody. Since about 2020, hey, they've been tracking people simply traveling across state line, buying marijuana legally, and crossing back over the state line with flock cameras. They just did this. Shabaka, I posted a thing that happened in Wisconsin just recently in the chat, in the comment box, bro. Could you read that to them? These lynches, they're totally catchable. This is bullshit.
Exactly, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Go to
in
the
the private chat or in the comments. All right, hold on, Joe. Okay. Now I'm in the comments. Okay. I don't see Joe right here. I'm going over here to the private chat, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Okay. All right. So therefore, Joe, I'm going to read.
Police in Wisconsin.
Yeah. Okay. From Wisconsin. Okay. All right. Okay. Joe is saying mob, Pyru and Suge, Diddy South and Southside Crips, the colorful drug link to news reports is widely known on the street as Tutsi or Tucci and is commonly referred to as pink cocaine. Okay, that's that synthetic shit. Okay, if I'm right.
That's that Diddy drug.
Yeah. In his various accounts and police interviews regarding the 96 shooting, Keefe D claimed that Diddy had offered as much a larger sum of $1 million. No suspects have been officially named or charged in connection with the hanging death of a 29-year-old Tasia Fortune in Jackson, Mississippi. Fortune's body was discovered August 3rd, 2026 behind a vacant home. Questioning, detectives questioned Terrence Anderson, a local resident, and the father of one of Fortune's children who admitted to arguing with her prior to her death. Dun, 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 dun. Current status of interest. Anderson has not been named a suspect or charged in her death, though he is currently being held on an unrelated charge for being a felon in possession of a firearm. If I wanted to kill an NGR and attempt to kill an NGR, especially with flock cameras. Police in Wisconsin use flock safety automated license plate reader cameras to track a man's frequent interstate travel to Michigan, where cannabis is legal, and use that travel pattern as part of the probable cause justification to pull over and search his car for MJ in Wisconsin, where it remains illegal. Okay, and I'm going to tell you something on that there, Joe. That case is going to wind up in the U.S. Supreme Court.
That's a violation of Terry v. Ohio.
Yeah,
it was a police department. It was a police department had to get rid of all their flock cameras because of how police are abusing them. Dude, they recently tracked a man down who had a suspended license. They used the flock cameras to put him in a location and then surrounded him.
Right.
I was watching on a police drug thing. Hey, they're using these to profile people too.
Yep.
Like your place say you black.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shout out to Leonard Judah in the building. He said they track every one of us. They have footage. They full of shit. Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, they full of shit, man. And what it is that they hate us so much because they cannot be us. You see what I'm saying? They want our rhythm, but not our blues.
All this damn surveillance, but they can't find who's lynching or.
Right. You see? Exactly. Just like with the Ahmaud Arbery case. You see what I'm
The
saying?
same,
Down there in Georgia.
the same way Diddy been moving so much coke since the '90s. He got a coke named after him.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You see? But you know, they went and seized all this property in Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
Because fentanyl is a new drug. It's no longer a coke thing anymore.
Yeah.
It's no longer used to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because see, Diddy was a billionaire. You see what I'm saying? And you remember, man, Brother Jay, when we did that there with Diddy bailed and got on his private jet, the deadlock.
Yeah.
Listen, my elders used to tell me, white folk only respect blood and money. They just showed you how much money they don't respect the Diddy's. So if we run out of options.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what they're in fear of is a black planet. They are in fear of us being an economical powerhouse is because we built the wealth here. And just like I was arguing with some dumb bunny man, you know, on there, well, what about all the white guys that died during the Civil War? Trick. Lincoln only freed the slaves is because he did it to take away that free labor that the South was getting. Lincoln clearly stated, okay, is that he looks at the white race as the dominant race. You see what I'm saying? This isn't racism. This isn't hatred. You see what I mean? You know? You see?
And would have lost that damn war if it wasn't for the colored infantry.
Exactly. You see? Exactly. And then not to mention, and that's why every time I go through Reno, Nevada, I always go over there, man, you know, where Jack Johnson smashed the Great White Hope, James J. Jeffries.
Yeah. That's where our brother Leonard's at, if I'm not mistaken. He's in Reno.
Yeah. You see? You know? And then I sit there, and there's an ancient African proverb, listen to the wind and hear the stories of long ago.
Yep.
See? And I just stand there, man, you know what I mean? And then all the hate mail that I got, and the raggedy comments that you witnessed, Brother Che, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shabbat.
Yes,
nah,
sir.
I didn't want to tell the Shabbat. Hey, be careful with these African proverbs, man. It's been an interesting last 2 weeks, man. Like, be real careful with a lot of proverbs over there. They don't think that we should know, and when we find out about them, they really start to hate us.
Yep, that's
okay, man. Just like, was you on the show, man? Well, when they was calling me a Carter and all this old type of shit, you know. That's what
started. That's what started them getting me put off of social networking right there. See, exactly. I want to suggest to all FBA, they will argue with you all day. Whenever they accuse our culture of being, just type in African before that, download the video, don't say a word, and give them that. That's all you got to do.
Right.
See, what's been going on is African men have been liking to say, all black men are like Atlanta. Listen, man, I like to dig in history. It's 1970s videos of African transsexuals over there doing things for the tribe leaders with no Western influence. There's a slogan over there: homosexuality is African culture. Homophobia is a colonial import. That is a true. If you put that in Google, that will pop up. So be careful with the slogan.
Okay, all right, now I respect that there, what you're saying, Joe. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but at the same token, man, Google only knows what has been programmed. You see, like them Google cards. You know.
Do you want me to send you the 1970? Do you want me to send you the 1970s video of this 6'7" Nigerian going around to the tribal elders doing things for them? Do you want the video? You don't see anything nasty, but that's the slogan back then. No Western influence.
That's interesting. Okay, it's because off of research that I've done.
I'll put it to you on Facebook.
Okay, all righty. Okay, and then off of research that I did, you see what I mean? Them Greeks was off into that. And we did a story on that there too, Che. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yep. And then on top of it too is because like Mansa Musa, okay, when he got the orders from his general, when he said, "Hey, Your Majesty, we need you out here," or whatever title of royalty that they referred to him as, right?
Yeah.
He says he told his wife, "Hey, I need you to pack up. You coming with me out here in the field." She says, "Well, hell, I'm the queen of the Songhai Empire. Why does my beautiful black ass have to go out there with you? Because if this place gets overran, I'd much rather die with you at my side than have you violated." You see what I mean? Okay.
Who was the leader they had? They had a leader of Uganda.
Shabaka, how many of these videos do you want?
Huh? Say what, Joe?
How many of these? Like, hey, this ain't FBA culture. That 11. Hey, we got to go back to Luke and the hedonism that was put into the music. We got to go back to African people like African Bambaataa that got their background that brought that into the music.
Yep.
It wasn't FBA that brought that into the culture.
Right. It
We're trying to say FBA brought that into the culture. When it's been their culture.
How the hell we bring that into the hell no? Who the hell is saying that stupid shit? Oh,
the black immigrants are psychologically projecting this with the backing of pretty much white puppet. I inboxed you 2 videos, Shabaka. One is a news video, and one is a video that somebody got about Africa from the 1970s of a 6'8" Ghanaian dude that was playing drums and bouncing for the tribal elders, and nobody had a problem with it.
Okay, now, Leonard Day Jota.
Yeah, Africa Bam Dusty.
Bam Dusky.
Remember Sandusky? You remember that? Was he a coach? NAAC AA coach that was on players.
Ran through a whole football team of white boys. That was horrible.
Yeah. Well, next thing you know, it's going to be against the law for men to like women.
That's what I'm for since 2019. I was like,
wait a minute.
Told me that I was like, right. And then when Nelly Fuller Jr. said the new black woman's vagina was gonna be the white man's anus, I was like, what the fuck?
Man,
Dr. Francis Wells said they're gonna.
Oh, I knew I heard something say.
Go ahead, Joe.
The African woman right now over in Africa despises her man so much that she's willing to drink HIV out of a Russian man and go home to her children with it.
Damn.
Oh my God.
Now I keep asking these African men, what have you all done for your women's problem? I'm just saying. I'm really asking them, what have you all done to your women so bad that makes them do this? And then I go and do the research into this whole dark side of their culture that they think that we shouldn't know about. They feel like we should not know these things about them. And to bring these things up about them is picking on them and bullying them. The whole time you in Akata of Jareer Al-Abid. Nigga called me a slave. I went and got him videos January 1st, 2026, them being sold as slaves and auctioned off. Literally. They own us, but they won't go protect their country. Listen, I die for my people here before I go and run. Man, them cows not laying. I'm here alone.
You're right, Joe.
And then too, and just like how I got off into it, Joe, I don't think you was on there, man, when this fool called me in a Akata. And I told him, wasn't that there around the time, Joe, Che, that we did the show where the lady said, I'm here to just take.
Yeah, that bra was from Uganda too.
And it was a Haitian camera to me. I took my time and I found a video of a woman talking to a Haitian, ask him why do he eat cat, and I'm looking behind him like, dude, you got all that ocean behind you, and you talking about how you eat cat. We are not the same.
Cat and bushmeat.
Dirty cookies, all that ocean.
Leonard says they couldn't pay me to date their women. Okay.
I get. Look, you got gentlemen. Understand that when the white man dates their women, he does things with them that he might do to a dog.
Yep.
Yeah,
they hold an expectation for your black self that they don't hold for them. I land.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right.
But their men, though, go through the streets like in South Africa and combat their own and propose to white South African women. So I see what the problem is over there.
You mean the Dutch?
Remember that video of that South African digging up that boar, talking about she's more of a South African than you Nigerians. Y'all get the hell out of my country. She can stay, but y'all gotta go. Remember I played that video, Shabaka?
Yeah. Yeah. And then I told you too, Brother Che, when I was in a gas station. And I see this white dude, blonde hair, blue eyes. And he's talking with this accent, right? And I thought he was like from Great Britain. He says, no, I'm from South Africa. So I looked at him square in his eye, Che.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you're a Boer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, and his skin is turning red. Man, I think we had a wind chill out here, Joe, about 112 degrees. You know what I'm saying? And then he says to me, do you get sunburned? I said, no, I ain't never experienced that shit before in my life. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he said, oh, so you know what I'm saying? I could tell he didn't like me, which I could really care less. You know what I'm saying?
That's one of them damn Afrikaner boars.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? He's a Boer. And then also, too, and I'm going to say it there, Gandhi. Fuck Gandhi.
Yep. And fuck Mandani, too.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? You know, and like I said, if you Nabiscos are so African, come out here and sit out here with me in the sun. In fact, you can go by the Las Vegas sign. You know, where ain't no but sunlight over there.
Chewaka, you ain't got to show them videos I sent you, but just check your inbox. Just what some of these proverbs have a deeper meaning than what you hear on the surface. So you know when you get under a lot of shaming that they do, and you get to the root cause of things, it needs stuff like what I sent you in your inbox, including them wanting to mate with the board.
With the oppressor. And then too, man, is like I said, when we did that episode on what was that there, Mandingo?
Yeah.
Brother Che. And where we had old dumb bunny Sarge up there, man, and I think Sarge ran away, man, you know, because we started putting that heat on him. You see what I mean? And then when Muhammad Ali, you know, was in his heyday in the 60s,
yes,
that Bondini used to call Miss Velvet Green.
If y'all track down Sarge, let us know. Been looking
yeah. Sarge don't want none of this heat, man. You know what I'm saying? Sarge
yes.
Have you seen the Russian Wagner video of him picking off the Africans over there?
No, I remember the Ukrainians were kicking them out though.
Yeah.
It's video out of Africa of a Russian Wagner dude in Africa on the ground in a trench with an AK killing Africans as they run and don't know where the shooting coming from.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. And then on top of it, that they trying to build a trans-African highway all the way, man, from North Africa, man, from the Mediterranean, man, all the way down there to Cape Town.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, they've been working on that for a minute.
Yeah, and then you got all these damn capitulators out here as well, too, you see? But like I said, You know, I'm trying to do some things out here in Las Vegas. The mission is classified, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. And then also, too, Joe, I don't know if you heard us. Yeah, because you joined us late. Is because, you know, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, you know, is going under a retrofit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's going to be on hiatus for a few weeks.
Yeah, you know. And then we're going to try to bring it back. You know. Say. And just well.
Go ahead, Joe.
Shabaka, just watch people be just trying to build off of you, man. Everybody that come to you with a smile and a handshake don't mean you good, bro.
I know. South Central LA taught me that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
Midwest talk.
Go ahead, Joe, and I'm gonna play this next clip.
Mm-hmm. Midwest taught me that a man will sink his whole ship for a piece of ass. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, man. You know what I'm saying? That is true. You see? That is true. You know?
Today at 2:30 p.m., I saw a young black man hanging from a tree in downtown Raleigh. I immediately called 911. The image is burned into my mind. The absolute disregard from Raleigh Police Department will anger me until I die. The wailing from a young couple who were clearly having a joyful day up to that point is devastating. And this is a post from our brother who is not ashamed, Cal Tears. The post has 1,000 likes and 1,300 shares. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And if you've been paying attention to this channel, you know that on August the 15th, during the Caribbean Fest in Raleigh, North Carolina, the capital, a young black man was found hanging from a tree. And right across the street from the Wake County Jail, the courthouse, the court building. And of course, you know, they always rule these things that someone did it to themselves. But as you see, and you're about to hear, because I interviewed him from the man that.
I don't know where she's at, Nabi. I think she's still at our house, but I've been trying to get a hold of her all day. Well, hopefully she'll wake up. Amaru is, I think he put himself in jail. I think he put himself in jail, huh? Yeah, he know not to get up on my bed. He been spraying the hell out of everything, so I'm trying to keep him off the bed. I had to wash all the blankets on the fucking bed. Yeah. Oh my God. I don't know where Bianca's at. I always send her the invite, but she's probably busy with the kids.
Yeah, you know. And then on top of it as well, too, doing this type of work, people, it's interesting, you know what I'm saying, and what have you, you see.
Let me get back to the clip. I just paused to answer Nabi's question.
Okay, yeah. But like I said,
first saw the body, or was one of the first people who saw the body, that Raleigh Police Department did little to no investigation on that scene, which once again leads me to believe, this is my opinion, that Raleigh Police Department or the fire department, who was having a convention right in the hotel that young man was found, may be involved or complicit. Now, we was out there all day Sunday, scavenging, looking at the scene, talking to people, and we ran across that young brother. Now, I was doing a live video, and I had an opportunity to speak to him. And you're going to hear that right now. It's about a 4-minute conversation, but I just want you to listen to what he said that the Raleigh police did not do in this case. Just listen.
I wonder who put these out here. Okay, shout out to Dr. Kim, man. Yeah, who's he? You need to get him. Oh, for real? My man, hey. How you doing? You work there? So what time was it when you came out and found them?
I have the thing on my phone. It's 2:36 on the dot.
2:36. Did you stay here when the police came?
Yeah, I was here when the police came.
So let me ask you, because there's a photo circulating. Have you seen that photo?
I think so, but I also have a photo, but I haven't shared that.
Who took photos? You know, who else took photos? Because
there was a couple that were walking up those like little steps there. I think they were going from the agreement, but they were just having like a good time. And then I saw it, and she snapped a couple photos.
You saw it at the same time. So won't nobody out here when you came out?
No, my sous chef came in and like grabbed me. He was just like, "Run out here," and I didn't know what was going on. And he just goes, "Is that real?" And I was like, "Holy shit!"
Oh, so the sous chef saw him first.
Yeah, and so he was like, "Is that fucking real?" And so I was like, "Yeah." And I'd already had my phone out, called 911 and called dispatch. And I was like, "Need emergency at 201 West Martin Street." In the
so when was the last time you had been outside before you saw him?
I got to work at 1:30.
1:30. So between 1:30 and 2:30, you came back out. Well, why you come back out for?
That's because Lowe's, my sous chef, he's one of the first saw it, ran back in.
Okay.
Smoking or doing something with garbage.
Okay.
So yeah, when I got here at 1:30, not there. Then by 2:30, like I said, at 2:36 on the dot, and then the weird fucking report that RPD is saying is 3:07. I'm like, it wasn't 3:07.
Oh, that's what they said. They got to call it 3:07.
Yeah, it's bullshit because I have it right here on my phone.
So they talked to you.
Yeah.
And what they
no,
say?
just the dispatch. Just once the cops got here, they didn't even fucking care. They didn't talk to me at all. They didn't ask me my name. They didn't ask me for a number. They didn't ask me any circumstances. You didn't get fucked.
So they just asked you, did you find them? Or
nope.
They didn't ask that.
They didn't ask me a goddamn question. And I said, "Hey, I'm Colin, the sous chef, or I'm the chef at Whiskey Kitchen. Do you have any questions?" And the guy just goes, "Okay." I'm just like, "For real?"
How many was it? How many came? Do you think?
Like 3 or 4 cars and probably 85 officers at the time, like an initial. And then EMS came with, again, it was like one of their fucking golf carts. It was insane.
Yeah, a golf cart?
Yeah, my dog will go over to work.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so even
history of Raleigh PD in the chat
and all that stuff.
I can bring them down. The EMS got here, checked his. Yes, they did. They crossed it off here. All these cars couldn't leave down there. This whole area was roped off.
Where were you standing?
Right there.
So when they came, did they attempt? Because they said they attempt life-saving measures. Did you see them doing anything?
Once they like a gloved hand to his neck.
All right. Okay. Yeah, man. All right. So my phone got kind of hot during the middle, of me talking to him. But you heard enough to hear him say they didn't effing care. They didn't even ask me any questions. So how are you investigating if you don't even question the witness who found him? Like, not saying he did, but he could have did it. Like he could have been a hand in it. You didn't test him for. It is from what I hear that they did nothing but call him, cut him down, and rule it a self-unalive. And that is once again a reason why I feel that law enforcement may be involved. Nothing like that can happen. Once again, across the street from the jail were jail windows. Like when we was out there, people were flashing cars in the windows like, hey, look. Basically, I'm taking that to mean, hey, we saw something. We saw what happened. And so there is no way that nothing like that could occur without that area being securely blocked off for that to happen. Because as he mentioned, people were walking, like as I was out there, people were walking back and forth, constantly throughout, it's a big homeless population, homeless people walking through, other people parking, getting out.
So there has to be some coordinated measure of security for that to happen and nobody not see. Because once again, that is the tree. And my brother, you know, who surmised, who takes photographs for scenes like this all the time, he said, look at that broken post. Look at that bent post that's there. He said he wouldn't be surprised if somebody rolled up with a pickup truck with him on the back and did that, because how else would that get knocked down? How else would that be that way? Like, there's no evidence of any way that young man could have climbed up there. There's no way he could have tied it up there around so many times because, you know, of the length of the tree. And as I showed in my previous video, there are many cameras around. And so the Raleigh News, WRAL, the News and Observer, have finally came out after this social media expose of the situation and said, well, no, Raleigh Police Department are investigating it as self-unalignment. However, people were told that the investigation was closed 7 hours. But as you heard, if you heard the video I did when I was talking to the police officer, they was like, well, no, we're still investigating. We're still investigating. This next video is going to show you how much they are investigating. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Once again, another black man found in this position, and they're saying that he did it to the self. Once again, on the same day that they had the funeral for a man who died, who escaped a lynching by 2 Wake County Raleigh deputies in the 50s or 60s. They just had his funeral the same day that this man was found like that. That is not a coincidence. Nobody can convince me. So, because once again, nobody can convince me that black men are offing themselves in that manner. What do you guys think? Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings.
And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the ball. Follow along. Shout out to FBAs, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. It's 3 sides to all stories. Which one you gonna believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to deceit. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Ladies and gents power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeezing hammers, they don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands to kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Tell a house, set them straight. Watch from the rich investigate. You got your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community. This makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing.
On this most recent lynching, in Raleigh, North Carolina.
See, I'm not saying white folk ain't doing this. What I am saying is the same folk that they'll throw out there to go to war for them as cannon fodder are the same folk that are brown folk that'll string us up by a tree.
Mm.
Yep. No, that's true, Joe.
The ones who want to be white adjacent are going more extreme than the whites themselves right now. Don't trust none of them.
None of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this was at a Caribbean festival. So do we even know if this brother was FBA? I mean, still black, but do we even know? Like,
okay. What do y'all think about Maya Angelou? Not getting off topic, you spend about 35 seconds on the question.
What do we think about her? She's a great poet.
Excellent poet.
Okay, but you also
phenomenal woman,
man. A lot of her, but she had a hatred for black men. You know that, right?
I didn't want to speak against I don't want to do that. Nope.
She was on some Tory Morris.
But do you know where she was born, Joe? But do you know where
so she wasn't native, huh?
No. She was born in San Francisco, California.
Yeah, she was born in San Francisco.
Okay. Well, was her parents enslaved? Was her parents?
Okay, you know what? All right, it's up to you, Jesse. Okay. When I come back, in a few weeks, you want to do a story on Maya Angelou?
Yeah, we can. She was actually born. She was raised in St. Louis, and she grew up in Stamps, Arkansas.
Okay, but she was born in San Francisco, right?
I'm trying to see if I see anything about San Francisco. Okay. No, she was born in St. Louis.
In St. Louis?
Yeah, she was born in St. Louis. She moved to San Francisco when she was 16.
Okay. Yeah, it's because she used to drive the streetcars there in San Francisco.
Yep, she was a streetcar conductor. Yep.
Yeah. And
but let me at least say this.
Than the cable cars. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
For white women to admit to these black women back then that, hey, you can be part of the feminist movement with us as security, and they grew a hatred for the black man, that is diabolical.
That is diabolical.
Totally. Yeah, totally. And somebody, and I forgot who the author was, because I had spoken with some older sisters, when I was younger, about Che's age, Joe. And I had spoken with some sisters, and they did say that feminist movement really wasn't for black women. You see, actually, the feminist movement was the main factor that got the black man out of the household with Mr. Welfare. That's what that movie Claudia was about. They made in 1974.
Indeed.
Yeah.
To know how they literally told Ida B. Wells she could be to the security and go to the back, and she still, hey man, hey, it's horrible. That's all I gotta say. Yep. If she's on your program, under your covenant, protect her and then with your life. But if she is not on your program or under your covenant, it may cost you your life.
Yep, that's a fact, Joe.
You can say, bruh, it takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, and it only takes 1 woman to put him there. Yep. And that's from a movie I saw starring Marlon Brando. Those are not my words.
All right, so we'll keep y'all updated on most recent lynching. Hopefully there won't be no more lynchings, given this pattern just this year alone. There'll be another lynching, and we'll be reporting on it. So that town where Nolan Wells was killed, it has a very horrible history. In 2023, they attempted, or they did destroy a whole black neighborhood. So the next clip is about that. And then I gotta run real quick to get these clothes out the dryer. So I'm gonna need y'all to hold it down while I'm gone. I shouldn't be gone.
Okay. All righty. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Unbeknownst to the homeowners, someone had come on our property and taken pictures of our home.
It's a 171-page document you need to read. It was all black homes, and I say they have redlined our neighborhood.
Everybody has always maintained their homes, did the best that they could to maintain their homes. So it was really upsetting.
And transparency is not happening here.
I don't even get a phone call, I don't get a letter, and the next thing I know, my property is just listed as blighted.
Is going to destroy this community. I think that's what it was intended to do.
It's all about the money.
They would give us pennies and they would make millions off of it.
Essentially erase the history that this city was built on.
I never thought that I would see the end of this community.
If they get what they want, I imagine it would destroy us.
That's a problem. That is absolutely a problem, and it's unacceptable.
We're not giving in, we're not giving up.
We're not gonna move, and we're not for sale.
And there's a scripture in Proverbs that says, doing right sets honest people free, but people who can't be trusted are trapped by their own greed. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And with our eyes on Ocean Springs, Mississippi, this issue has come up where the mayor and the city council and the planning department of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, just 3 years ago, engulfed or embarked on a plot to take the property of over 320 acres of Black-owned houses and land right here in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. It was called the Railroad District, and how they did it was they started a planning commission with the urban renewal, and they said, okay, we're going to label all of these houses blight, which means basically scum or an eyesore. And with that label, they can claim eminent domain, which is mean, okay, we can take it or we can give you pennies on the dollar for it, but we're going to take it because it's blight, right. And then we'll tear it down and build up new things. However, the Black residents, which are only 5% of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, put up the fight. And I'm going to let you hear the rest of this story. Then I'm also going to let you hear what they had to say individually. Then I'll break down how this evil white system of Ocean Springs attempted to steal property of the Black residents from the Railroad District, which is a historically Black district in Ocean Springs. Just listen.
A beachside town in Mississippi would like to see a historic Black neighborhood replaced with commercial development catering to tourists. State law says you can't take people's homes to give to developers, but the town is trying to get around the law by declaring without any basis that the neighborhood is a slum or blighted.
When we were informed or found out about the urban renewal development and what the city of Ocean Springs had planned, we were angry, we were upset, and we were hurt.
The blight designations provide the legal basis for the redevelopment plan. Under Mississippi law, the property owners only had 10 days to challenge the designations. But due to the town's secretive process, home and business owners missed the deadline and instead found out their properties had been labeled blighted months after it happened. Sam Washington is the trustee of a church that is the cornerstone of the neighborhood.
We have members who are going through, the fear of losing their properties. So if the church don't stand up for what's right, then, who else will they be able to look to?
Ocean Springs is across the bay from the glitzy casinos and hotels of Biloxi. After Hurricane Katrina, bars, shops, and restaurants opened in Ocean Springs downtown. Now, modest homes, some in the same family for a century, are just blocks away from prime real estate.
Some of these homes are 80 plus years old, and they have passed down from generation to generation. For someone to come in and just take, no. We're going to fight until our last breath. We're going to fight.
From the moment I found out about it, I jumped in because I was just bowled over. And I was really, really impressed with the organizational skills of the community. And it shows you and how passionate they are about fighting.
The movement that regardless of what the cost, what is the end goal behind this, we're not going to move.
We can move forward together and try to.
After a fiery council meeting on October 2nd, the city backed down its blight designations. These
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, check this out, man. I just did something at this internet was messing up, right?
Yeah.
It looked like it might be a serial killer down there. You hear me? The last six lynchings got a circle around a little area down there. They're all in the same area, man.
Mm-hmm. Like the Atlanta child murders.
I just literally put it on the map. Can I put this picture in the? Can I put this picture in the chat?
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah.
Nope, it won't let me put a picture in the chat.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So it is could be a serial killer because hold on.
That's what I put in the chat. What the last 6 lynchings of black people have been.
Okay, alrighty, and let me see here. Going to the chat. Okay, all right. I don't put nothing past them groups. Okay, tell Shabaka send you them videos. Okay, alrighty. Last month I took to war and won. I learned more about diaspora than ever. They not us, yeah, because they still, got the chain on the brain. They think their history's hidden. It's not. A multi-state driving route looping through Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina covers roughly 1,400 to 1,800 total miles, depending on your exact start and end points. Last 6 lynchings. Okay, all right, let's see here. There's a comment. We got Leonard J. Jota. Okay. Goddess Navi says, yeah, he was a coach. Leonard J. Jota says, what the fuck? I know that's right, Joe. They couldn't pay me to date their woman. Back at headquarters, it's time for a little agriculture. We got new comments. Okay, all right. Jesse says he's going to have to restart his computer, Joe. So I'm going to hold it down for him until Jesse comes back up. And then, then I got to lay it on down. But what it is, though, man, okay, is that, do you know, if you really look at it as, Joe, regardless of where it comes from, that we as black men are an endangered species? Yeah. We are an endangered species. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Joe, you with me? Okay. All right, Che is restarting her computer.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
I'm there.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. So basically, we are an endangered species. You know what I mean? regardless of
Yes, sir.
where it comes from, you know. Yeah, and then on top of that is that, you know, it is done systemically this way, you know, all kind of ways, you know what I'm saying? And then somebody was putting up there some statistics, you know, disputing black on black crime, and then this person put up there and put down the white on white crimes and white crimes on the general public in general, you know what I'm saying? And then, like, look what they did to Muammar Gaddafi. You see what I'm saying? And
yeah.
And they brought him down because, see, Muammar Gaddafi was going to wanted to unite all of Africa and take it off the U.S. Gold standard, you see. And it says here, Gaddafi, oh, Lord have mercy. Now I got to play this again because somebody, no, Lord. Gaddafi had an elite unit of combat-trained female bodyguards, also known as the Amazons, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, what he was doing with the wealth distribution from the oil over there in Libya, you know, was a threat to those in the West, you see, because they still wanted access, you know, to that oil, you know what I'm saying? And then on top of it as well, too, is that they don't want us to control shit, Joe. You know what I'm saying? They don't want us to control nothing. You see what I'm saying? Rather it be Hollywood, man. Rather if it be the banking system, you know what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, just got word here, Tony Brown, of Tony Brown's Brown Journal, cashed in his chips. Yeah, he's no longer with us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, and you know, and I liked his stuff over the years, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, you know. And then, okay, wait a minute. Now, I don't know if this is real or not. Sad news, 30 minutes ago in Ohio, J.D. Vance was confirmed. Wait a minute. Okay. J.D. Vance was confirmed as, oh, man. Oh, boy, they be having too much. Wait a minute. All right. This report is unconfirmed. Waiting on Trey to come back. Got an unconfirmed report. Rest in peace to the one and only Mr. Stephen Morris. Okay. The world knew him as Stevie Wonder. Yeah. Yeah, and it's stating that Mr. Robinson, you know, Smokey that is, has confirmed his passing. So, you know, we'd have to check that out, you know what I'm saying, because we try to speak the truth up here as best as we could. So, in my absence, you know, well, you know, I will be doing Frontline Black News with Brother Che. But Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, ladies and gentlemen, you know, please listen to our past episodes, you know, try to Google them. And then when we do Frontline Black News, please try to let me know the source of where you're getting them from. You say is because I have material out there, Joe, all over the place, right, on social media. But I'm not getting no response. And I have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Say, because that's still my work, my talent, for what it's worth. You know what I mean? Okay, and waiting for Brother Che to come back up here. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, I got, and it's off the internet, I got an unconfirmed report that Stephen Morris, otherwise known as Stevie Wonder, has passed away. Okay, He was born in 1950. Okay, to 2026. 26 plus 50, that means that Mr. Stephen Morris was 76 years old. Yep. Yeah. And so, you know, we're gonna see what's up with that. Okay. And then they're saying that J.D. Vance was, oh Lord. See, I'm going back and forth on this phone. Okay, but it won't. Okay. So anyway, you know, waiting on Brother Che to come back. You know, I'm sitting in for him here. Yeah. Okay, but on that day, if this report is true, Joe, on Mr. Morris or Stevie Wonder, what are your comments on Stevie Wonder?
He lived a glorious life, and hopefully his estate is left to his family.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know what I'm saying? You know, big hits, you know, such as I Was Made to Love Her, Uptight, Everything Is All Right. Then he did an album in the 70s called Songs in a Key of Life. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Then he did another one, another song called I Am Singing. That was a big hit. You know, and the cold part about it was, man, is that Motown was going to fire him. You know that? Unless he came up with a hit and he came up there. Yeah.
I knew it was a pattern to this. So, I'm going to cut you off about Stevie. So, in the pattern of the last 6 lynchings, it's a possibility that somewhere in Louisiana may be next if we dealing with a serial killer.
Yeah, exactly. And glad you brought that up, yeah, because that there, Joe, was what I was about to say. You know, man, they never caught the Zodiac killer. You know that, right?
You know,
from
crazy
San
people take.
Francisco in the late 60s. Yeah, they never caught the Zodiac killer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, just off the law of biophysics, man, he has to be gone. Okay, Brother Che, you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back. Damn, Khalifa hopped on their damn computer, messed up every damn thing.
Kitty keys, like the piano. Okay, Brother Che, this is unconformed. I already told Joe and the audience. I just got here that Mr. Stephen Morris, commonly referred to as Stevie Wonder, has died.
Stevie Wonder died?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah, this is unconfirmed.
Oh my gosh, I'm about to look that up. Lord.
Yeah, please do. And the source of the information is William H. Robinson Jr., commonly referred to as Smokey.
Oh my God. Damn.
Yeah.
I don't know, Shabak. I just looked it up. I don't know. It says he's still alive.
Okay, so it's fake news. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, too, they're saying that Tony Brown of Tony Brown's Black Journal has died.
I think that might be true.
Okay. And then also, too, I got an internet friend who posted pictures of Gaddafi where he had his elite bodyguards who were all women.
Yeah, they died.
Trained female bodyguards, also known as the Amazons.
It's getting old news, Shabaka. That happened like 3 months ago.
What happened 3 months ago?
That Tony Brown passed away.
Okay, alrighty. Okay.
But thank y'all for holding it down.
Man, you know.
What is that rattling? Joe?
I'm gonna cut it off now.
Oh, okay.
Sound like a fan. Yeah. Okay. All right, and we're here at a pleasant 91 degrees, ladies and gentlemen, at 1:01 a.m. in the Pacific time zone.
Oh, hell no. Jesus Christ. It's so hot out there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, 91 degrees. This the
What's
desert,
the
bro.
high? The high was what, 112?
Yeah, about 112. Yeah, when I was driving in my vehicle, you know, and I have to give the algorithms of the weather or the temperature to about 5 minutes. Yeah, I think we got up to about 112. You know.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. Like I said, I dealt with that shit one time. That was good for me.
Mm-hmm.
It was 115. I remember it was the damn what do they call them? The street signs saying excessive heat warning, excessive heat warning.
Mm-hmm.
And it was you step outside, it was like a blow dryer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and okay, and then we got now this is the griot.
Oh, that was the fan. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Joe said it was a fan.
StreamYard kicked you out? What happened? You need me to drop the link again?
Yeah, man. You know. Okay, Shabaka, I left the lynching pattern in the comments. Okay. Check out the comments, Brother Chase, because, you know, Joe was saying here is that, you know, he was talking about the pattern of lynchings.
That they were all happening in the same area.
All right.
And he was saying that Louisiana was next.
Yeah. Say.
Okay. Got you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. So what I'm gonna
finish the video, Shabaka. Or you have to go, Shabaka, or you stay to the video?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go, man, because I'm in a lot of pain. You know what I'm saying, and what have you. And I just put on a couple of these patches. You know what I'm saying? You know, on my leg and whatnot.
Icy hot.
Then not to mention, you know.
You got some ice.
Yeah. It's a little green patch. Yeah, it's similar to icy hot. You know what I'm saying? I got some Salampus pads too. You see?
Oh, okay.
And they said here, don't cross these two. You know.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't need, you know, to be the next one. You know, to come in here and find Shabaka stretched. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What have you?
All right. Welcome back, Joe.
Right on.
Yeah.
Shabaka said he got to go.
It is what it is.
So he's giving his closing statement. What's your closing statement on your way out, Shabaka?
Okay, my closing statement is on the way out is if Stevie Wonder did in fact pass away, condolences to his family. Okay, but it's unconfirmed. Repeat, it is unconfirmed.
Yeah, I just looked that up, Shabaka. That's fake news. Until
it's fake news. Okay. And then they had some fake news like that about Tina Turner too, about 2 years before she actually passed away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to be careful with on social media. Everything is definitely not true.
Exactly.
There'll just be some page I used to follow on there. They talking about, oh, these people were dead and they weren't even dead.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? You know. Okay. All right, Joe and Che, I'm going to bid you all a good evening. It's 1:05 a.m. here. Okay. And I got to lay down. You know what I'm saying? Got to have my milk and cookies. You know what I mean? Take my old man nap and all that old stuff. You know what I'm saying? Well, live long enough, Sonny, and you'll be old too out here gumming grits, man. You know what I'm saying? All right, okay. All righty, okay. So I will, keep you posted. You know when I can come on. You know in between breaks on this project that I'm undertaking now. You know.
Okay.
And the mission is classified. You know what I'm saying? Just wish me well in it.
Yes, sir. Will do.
All right. Okay, Joe. All right, Che. You guys.
For sure.
Nice...
Stay frosty.
Yeah. I was gonna say good night. Now it's good morning. Now you know what I'm saying.
True indeed.
Okay, gentlemen. Yep. Oh, boy, this pain, boy. And they talking about getting old is a good thing. Shit, bullshit, man. Bastards, you know what I'm saying? All right, gentlemen. Okay, so I'll be in touch. Okay. Take care. I'm out.
All right.
Peace. All right, Joe. I'm going to go back to where I was left off with this video about Ocean Springs and the black neighborhood that got a red line and eminent domain 3 years ago.
All right.
They be able to look to.
Ocean Springs is across the bay from the glitzy casinos and hotels of Biloxi. After Hurricane Katrina, bars, shops, and restaurants opened in Ocean Springs downtown. Now, modest homes, some in the same family for a century, are just blocks away from prime real estate.
Some of these homes are 80 plus years old. And they have passed down from generation to generation. For someone to come in and just take, no. We're going to fight until our last breath. We're going to fight.
From the moment I found out about it, I jumped in because I was just bowled over. And I was really, really impressed with the organizational skills of the community. And it shows you how threatened the community feels and how passionate they are about fighting against this.
We should not be moved. It's a statement, and we wanted to make a statement that regardless of what the costs, what is the end goal behind this, we're not going to move.
We can move forward together and try to figure out a solution, or we don't.
After a fiery council meeting on October 2nd, the city backed down from passing the redevelopment plan. But it hasn't removed the bogus blight designations. These designations authorize eminent domain and never expire. Years from now, another mayor and city council could get the process rolling again and take the properties. No owner in the area is safe as long as that slum or blight label remains.
If they get what they want, I imagine it would just be what they want it to be. We would have to move. And, you know, it's hard to start over at some of our ages.
And I don't want to sell my house in my lifetime. But even if I wanted to, who would be interested in purchasing a property under the cloud of the urban renewal plan?
This property belongs to us. It does not belong to the city of Ocean Springs. It does not belong to the government. This is ours.
The government cannot secretly steal your property rights, which is why the Institute for Justice is now suing on behalf of property owners. If beloved and well-maintained homes in Ocean Springs are not safe, then nobody's property is safe.
If they can move us out and take our homes, what's to stop them from going up further and said, okay, we want yours too? What's to stop them from
commission meeting that was held downtown Ocean Springs last week. And so what actually happened is that our coalition, which is a new coalition that's been set up to help and assist the residents who have their homes slated on the urban renewal plan as far as possibly being taken or sold or bought by the city. And so therefore they had a meeting, the coalition, and some of the members had gone down to the historical committee meeting and had asked for some assistance and information about how to go about putting their homes on the list. And so they were taking the information, getting the information from the citizens as if they were going to be assisting the citizens. And then we found out later on that the commission, one of the members on the commission, along with the city clerk here in Ocean Springs, is Patty Gaston. They were talking behind the citizens' back, laughing, making comments as if, do we really want those homes on the historical committee preservations list? Those homes are not fit for what we have going on in Ocean Springs right now. And then Mr. Barbosa even went so far as to say that the homes should be burned down, rather than actually placed on the actual committee's preservations list. So those were the things that were said. We want to let the people know what's going on behind the doors at Ocean Springs down in the City Hall, and that basically this predominantly Black neighborhood, along with the churches and all the other people who live in and around that area, are not standing for any more of that. I mean, basically, we are here as concerned citizens trying to get these residents the assistance that they need, and hopefully to defer the whole entire urban renewal plan altogether. This is not something we're standing for. Ocean Springs is fine the way it is. I mean, it is a nice, I call it a little sleepy town, basically, but that's the way we like it. We want it to be the same way. We're not interested in being like Biloxi. We're not interested in being like New Orleans or any of those other big cities. We like having the whole town feel that Ocean Springs is, and that the people come to.
So that's what you guys would like to see.
That's exactly what we like to see. We don't want any real true changes. They're saying that we need these changes in order for the city to grow.
In Holloway, and he's on there, and he's singing. So what they want us to do is not listen to what we're hearing, but look at them and believe what they're saying through their lying lips.
Patty Gaston and Carlos Barbosa are appointed by the mayor. Do you all feel like that these individuals should step down at this point?
Not only should they step down, they should be fired, because Patty Gaston is an employee of the city of Ocean Springs. All these people right here, they pay for her salary. Think about all the time they've gone down the tour, thinking that they came down here, Mr. Evans is here, and they thinking that she's doing a wonderful job, for them. Only to leave, and then find out later on, she talking behind their back. So you need somebody down there that not only appreciates your dollar, but they value you as a human. See, everybody that's out here, we're all different nationalities. But the most important thing that we're all Mississippians. And the one thing about a Mississippian is we're gonna fight anytime that we think something is wrong. And that's why they're here. And we're not being unruly, because everybody is here assembled. These are intelligent people, business professionals, teachers, nurses, retirees.
And shout out to that brother and the sister who you just saw speak at the end. Now, mind you, this happened in October of 2023. Now, that Institute for Injustice filed the lawsuit federally, and the lawsuit was dismissed, meaning the Black people didn't get any money for what the city sneakily tried to do to them. However, they are appealing decision, and they appealed the decision just this year in January 26. Now, just remember, this is Ocean Springs, where Nolan Wells got killed. And what they wanted to do to these Black people who have owned them homes, it was historically Black neighborhood. It was where the Black people were in Ocean Springs, and they were failed to expand because, they redline. Redlining me, okay, well, don't give these people no money. Don't let no Black people live in this neighborhood. So they stayed there for years and years and passed their property down. Now, because the city wants to rival Biloxi with all the casinos, and once again, it's Gulf property, we know that by, Horns Island, where, rich people go out on boats and stuff. They want to sell this historically Black neighborhood, which nobody wanted back then because it was by the railroad. But now, because developers want to come in and build things, they try to sneakily label these houses blight, urban renewal. And they labeled them blight, and the people had 10 days to challenge the labeling. But because they didn't announce it, because those things are done at the planning meetings, which nobody goes to, then the Black people didn't know till about a year later. And it was then that the process was already started to be like, hey, they're gonna be tearing down your house. And the Black people found out, they fought, and then they backed up. Now, once again, one of the members, the Carlos Barbosa guy, said those houses should be burned down after people already had the meeting and they're coming up there expressing their concerns. The white people are laughing and joking about it and saying that, it should be burned down. Now, once again, he's going to say, well, no, I was just being sarcastic. I didn't mean nothing by it. But we know the scripture says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. But I want you to take a look at the homes that they have labeled as blight, and you won't believe it. Now, this is a home right here that they labeled as blight. Just look how meticulously kept and that yard is, and how nice the house is, honestly. And here is another house. Once again, the house is in perfectly good condition to me, fine and sturdy. Okay, it has a mailbox leaning over, and you see the urban renewal sign in their yard. And here, once again, are a sea full of Black people whom they tried to steal their very own homes. That's amazing. And once again, here's another house that they've labeled as blight. It looks like a perfectly well-kept yard and a well-manicured yard and a well-put-together house to me, right? Even the church, the Macedonian Baptist Church, was labeled as blight. And here is the sneaky, two-faced, racist mayor right here at the time. And here is some of the, once again, pictures that they had to fight and go forth. And, look at those people. They had to fight for the right to keep their property. And so this goes on a lot. I get a lot of calls from individuals who say, well, they're trying to take my house and they did this and they did that. And I'm like, how can that be done? Now I can see. But these residents are still fighting. The mayor said, well, no, we thought we was going to be good. Somebody, have their home and, they needed some money to spruce up their home. They would get grant money. Yeah, but the house would still be labeled as blight. And anytime under that blight label, the city can come in anytime and assess eminent domain. That means just like manifest destiny, right? They can just take over the land. White people are evil and greedy when it comes to this land, when it comes to this money, when it comes to greed. And, the Black people down there, once again, they not standing down. A lot of people got this misconception about Mississippians that they just want to lay down and let white people walk over them. You seen that big, strong brother talk. He wasn't dumb. He was articulate. He was country, but he was articulate. And, he laid it down. We going to fight for what we believe in. So shout out to the people of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I wonder why they are not rallying, and they possibly are rallying around our brother Nolan Wells in this case. But this is deeper than Nolan Wells, as you see. So you're talking about a cover-up that was about to steal 320 acres of Black land. Imagine, this cover-up can also include the death of young Nolan Wells. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Shout out to the citizens of Nolan Wells. The people are greedy, and, we have to be careful. Even everywhere you look, there's somebody preying on the children of Israel. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings.
And as the scripture says, all things that are here.
What are your thoughts on that, Joe?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, man, it's a bigger play. I keep talking about these emotions over logic, okay?
Yeah.
You got a second?
Yep, go ahead.
So as this video was playing, I did some research. I went and seen what was the main resource of agriculture there in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, is oysters, okay?
Okay.
Their island in Mississippi is about 17 miles long, which would be prime location for oysters. The largest oyster production plant in the U.S. is in Maryland. It's about 17.9 miles big. When you called my name, I was just trying to figure out how large is 350 acres, because if they get this land and level it, that'll make Mississippi the largest oyster production place in the U.S. It's always about money here. Look, outside of this country is God, gold, oil, and drugs. Inside of this country, stuff like this.
Yep. Right.
So that's my only thought. Where Black folk is at, also where the Black folk is at, they face severe flooding yearly. So I see why they calling it black. It doesn't matter how those houses look. They're going to use eminent domain to do this.
Yep.
They need to prepare. If I was them and I had some change, I would get the fattest loan I could and probably, I hate to say it, dip. Because what you gonna do unless you could build a floating house? Like what you gonna do if they blow a levee?
Yeah. That's true.
Drown? We seen Katrina, and then when Blackwater went in, you was fooled.
Yep.
So just know, to Mississippi, you all have you all bring in, I think it was 17 million a year in oysters, and you all have enough land to where you all can be the largest oyster production in the world. That's the only resource y'all provide. So that's the only thing that can be coming after. If you take that off of the East Coast in Maryland, you make it less likely to be attacked.
Yeah.
In my land.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. So now we're gonna go on to the Nolan Wells case. Nolan Wells' letter surfaces online, revealing a motive. So Willie D gonna give us an update on that.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Well, what do we have here? A mysterious letter pops up on the internet, providing a motive in the Nolan Wells case. Yeah, fam, let's get right into it. Now, at times it's going to be hard for me to articulate exactly what is happening here, what's being said, because the letter, the writing is not great, but it's good enough to get an idea of what this person is trying to say. At the top, it says, left Evans' house at 10:30 a.m. on boat to Island. That's July 4th. This letter is dated. Okay, so we say, we got to the party island. We had alcohol. I may have drank a half, if not a whole seltzer throughout that entire time. Was worried about returning for his second swim. He didn't want to ruin his chances. Talking about Nolan. Cell service sucks here, Nolan. Imagine something happening to you and not being able to call out for help. This is Wyatt saying this, allegedly. Nolan side eyes and dismisses the comment. Nolan snaps a photo or video of something. Wyatt had been sniffing the cocaine all morning. Wyatt tries to grab the phone or tells him to put it down, and Nolan jerks the phone. This feels what would lead to Nolan's death later. Let's see, approximately 12 hours later, Nolan was already having an inkling that he shouldn't go to the pool party later. Him and Wyatt had animosity for a while, more so Wyatt, because Nolan was, I don't know what that word is, but the next word says back. He forgave easy and didn't hold grudges. He was the peaceful friend, the conflict solver in most of his social group. He had several, maybe 3, and the rest of that part is kind of watered out there. Let's go to the second page right here, and it continues. Nolan was only put on the boat to be transferred back to the island around 3 to 5 a.m. on July 6th. That's why he wasn't found initially on the island. He was stored somewhere cool and dark as to keep decompositioning at a minimum. But it's summer.
He already started to have a hint of smell permeating the shaded area. It's an area of property him and his friends hiked or hung around. And yes, it's one of his friends' property. Somebody got to form a hiking trail, maybe both. Somebody cried, Wyatt or Warren. Somebody is scared to speak, Eric. Somebody was, looks like they're a theatrical, I can't make that out. All of them are being hunted. Nolan decided to unfriend this group, and they couldn't accept it. And this, my friends, as far as this person is concerned, believes this is the ultimate motive. Now, I have not been able to authenticate this letter. I don't know. It's floating around the internet. So y'all let me know what y'all think about this letter. It's pretty detailed. It sounds plausible. This is not the first time that we heard that Nolan had an issue, or they had an issue about Nolan going to Horn Island. What we heard initially was that Nolan was that the friends, the so-called friends that was on the boat with him, was having some trepidation about him going. They didn't want him to go for whatever reason. There was something about a girl, something about, whatever it was. They didn't want him to go. Somehow, some way he ends up going anyway. But now this letter says that no, Nolan is the one who had some trepidation about going with them, but he went anyway. Because remember now, Nolan is the peacemaker. There's even a video out there of a fight happening and Nolan stepping in and making peace. He was the peacemaker. So ain't that strange? How ironic that the peacemaker ends up dead out of all of the people. You got all the hotheads. They survive, but the peacemaker ends up dead. So if Nolan indeed was murdered, which I do believe he was, he didn't start it. We know that because by all accounts, Nolan was the peacemaker. Somebody's gonna put this story all the way out. At some point, somebody got to come forward and collect that reward money. It's $125,000 up right now. I do know that Mississippi is not an ideal place to live for a progressive person. People who, love technology and advancement. People who want to get, grow, evolve in life, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. Mississippi is not the place for these type of people. Mississippi is one of those places where most people go, I do believe, so that they can live in the past. They're stuck. And they get to be, kings and queens because they can't compete nowhere else. That's right, I said it. Now, if the shoe don't fit you, don't try to put it on. Don't try to put it on. But if it fit, lace it up. I'm talking about the ones who the shoe fit. They move to Mississippi so they can have that good old boy type of life. So they can go back and revisit the past. That's what that's about. I know you. I studied you. Yeah, I studied you. Mississippi, a lot of the people in Mississippi who are, who work in all these type of industries, who, get money and, they're thriving, they're mediocre. They couldn't make it anywhere else. They can't make it in any other states. But Mississippi is wide open for the wicked. Yeah. Yeah, again, fam, I got to call a strike the ball a ball. If you're not in that category, I ain't talking to y'all. I ain't talking to you. But y'all know who I'm talking about. The ones who are, the mediocre ones, the ones who are out there terrorizing people, breaking laws, trying to subjugate justice, trying to circumvent justice. I'm talking to y'all, all of y'all. We know Nolan was murdered. And it's going to come out. It's going to come out one way or the other. It's too big. It's too much interest in it. Too many. Y'all messed up on this one. Yeah, y'all been able to, do your thing and get away with a whole lot, but y'all ain't gonna get away with this one. Well, let me back up. I can't say you won't get away with it, but it won't remain a secret. How about that? It will not remain a secret because it's way too many people who know what's going on. It's way too many prying eyes, way too many people know, and too many youngsters know, right? That's a big burden. That is a huge burden. Let's say if the youngsters, who are average 18 years old, they live to be another 50 years, 50, 60 years. You know how hard it is to keep a secret like that, a murder secret? All of them are going to have spouses at some point. They're going to have boyfriends and girlfriends. They already don't have them. They're going to, they got siblings, they got parents, they got friends, co-workers, priests. They're going to tell somebody, and somebody going to tell somebody who's going to tell somebody. So it's going to get out sooner or later. All of you out there who got some information, might as well try to beat them to the punch and go and get some money out of it. $125,000 on the table, man, that's a lot of money. That could be life-changing money for some people. And you can go and move somewhere else, like get out of Mississippi. You ain't got to live in Mississippi. You can get out of Mississippi and live around some civilized people. Yeah. You ain't got to be in Mississippi. You can leave. This is a really horrible situation here. And the people who did it, they need to be brought to justice, because if they get away with this one, what's going to stop them from getting away with another one? No more talk.
All right, cuz, what's your thoughts on that?
Woman that lived out her life that knew Emmett Till was innocent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fucking Carolyn Bryant. Yeah.
Like that's my look. Them white kids that's around all them judges and affluent, $100,000 reward. That's like offering me $1,000 in the hood to turn in a super killer. That's my plug.
Yeah.
Basically. So yeah, if the juice ain't worth the squeeze, it could be 250 grand. Like if I was an affluent judge and I knew my son or my child was guilty of it, and I make it up with a meal ticket a year, 250 ain't nothing to keep my child in jail. Your reward means nothing.
Right.
And make it lucrative.
Right.
Straight up. Offer $1.5 million, I bet you somebody talk. Offer $2 million, I bet you somebody talk.
Right. So they're saying the reward money is too low.
Yeah, that's not life-changing for them.
Mm-mm.
That's life-changing for a Negro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not them Nabiscos.
And when I heard Willie D talk, I see what angle he's coming there. Like, yeah, you can get up out of there. They can all get up out of there right now if they want to. All of them got enough money to.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it just go back to like you said, like I said, Colin Bryant. Like this would be talked about in 50 years, and maybe the little white girl that disappeared, she'll be the one laughing about it at that point. Like it's nasty work.
Yeah.
Once again, I'd never let my child be the only black kid with a bunch of white kids. They're just not gonna fly.
Right. I agree.
And real quick, if a white person let a white child be the only white child with a group of black kids, they are irresponsible. And I land.
Yeah, I'm getting no argument from me. Okay, so moving along, we got where are we at? Oh, FBAs must leave the streets. Them folks are desperate to keep the plantations running, meaning the prison system. The prisons and the jails, they want to keep the prisons and the jails filled. So Uncle Phil saying we need to leave the streets. Left the streets years ago, but this is what Uncle Phil got to say about that.
Just pops up. They asking him about a foreign nation every single interview, and shout out to him. He says, just a little gripe real quick. You know, the reason why it took me 4 minutes to get going is not because of me, it's because of YouTube.com. I don't know what's going on with their situation behind the scenes. I clicked that button. It took 4 whole minutes for that. If you stream before and in the background, it'll tell you go live, so you can click the go live button. Well, yeah, it's not letting you go live. It's taking some time. So I don't know what's going on, YouTube. What's going on? Anyway, so tonight, you know, in the midst of me trying to get everything done that we need to do for tonight's show and other things I'm working on constantly, there's this video that came across my desk from a brother, and I was thinking about, you know, with the Julio Fulio case and that warden said we need don't put them onto the death penalty because they're young, they're healthy, and we can get some sweat equity out of them. And I remember everybody was kind of like, what? Sweat equity? What is that? You know, you never heard that term before, but that's on some old slave master plantation things, right? And we know now, I'm just using that particular case, not, you know, I mean, those kind of guys that did what they did, you know, I'm a firm believer of personally, you shouldn't be sitting in jail. Not now you're going, if you out here and you took a life, then you need to go. Just that simple. There's no sitting in jail because the other person is not living. So why are you just get to parlay around in jail your whole life? No. You know, I'm a little bit more hardcore when it comes to crime and things like that. People wouldn't like me. I tell people that all the time. You would not like me in a position of power. No, I'm a very nice person, but I'm very harsh in certain aspects, right? And another reason I would not want to be in any kind of politics because I personally wouldn't like democracy because I don't know nobody tell me what I can't do. I'm in charge, so I'm gonna do what I got to do. So since I think like that, y'all can have it. Y'all can have it. And also, I don't want to be asked about a foreign nation every 5 minutes. That's not even here. Speaking about that, if y'all saw some of the interviews with, and it's caught my attention because it keep popping up with the guy in Michigan that's supposed to be running for Senate, Dr. El Sayed, him. And it's like, it's crazy. Every interview this man go on, and I'm not looking for interviews with this man. It just pops up. They asking him about a foreign nation. Every single interview. And shout out to him. He says, man, I'm not worrying about no nation 6,000 miles away. I'm worrying about Michigan. And what's happening here? I'm like, yeah, I mean, he's running for Senate out of Michigan. He's not running for Senate in another country. And, you know, I think American citizens going to really have to say this best way I can. If you're not focusing on this country, then you don't need to be in politics. That's just bottom line. If you're advocating for foreign countries, you need to go. You go over there with those people, if that's the case. And you can go serve with them and help them, and y'all have a great time. But if you're going to be in any kind of politics here in America, you need to serve Americans, period. Nobody else. Nobody else. Also, like I said, so of course, you know, school has started up. You know, maybe some kids are starting to go to school. And also, I want to address something real quick, too, because I'm trying to address everything I can in my mind. I seen a comment, and let me read this comment because sometimes I like to read them. So this is a video Lenient made. Okay, now Lenient is, you know, works with us. She's out of Nigeria, right? So Lenient brings news out of Nigeria. So this one comment said, thank you for truthfully addressing Nigeria's issues by a Nigerian citizen instead of ignoring and consistently making our content about Black Americans / FBAs. Well, let's talk about that comment for a second before we get started. Okay. She lives there. So that means she has knows the land. She knows the people. And I want to hear news out of Nigeria. I really do. That's why it's called the African Diaspora News Channel. We want to hear what's going on in Africa, what's going on in the Caribbean. We want to hear what's going on in Latin America with Black folks. We want to know what's going on in America, Europe, Asia. Trust me, I want to get all those pieces of the puzzle put together, but I'm working on some things right now, and I'm going to make that happen, though. But that's the ultimate goal. I want news from all over the diaspora, right? But I believe it should be brought by people either live there, or if they live here, they're constantly going back and forth over there so they know what's going on, right? I don't think we can talk about issues in Nigeria, but I'm not a Nigerian, or Demetra isn't a Nigerian, so wouldn't it be more authentic if a Nigerian talks about it? We're going to talk about America because we're more authentic here to America, right? Yeah, we're going to talk about FBA because that's a thing here in America. We're not going to mention that in Nigeria or South Africa, right? So Renelway talks about that. Every blue moon, I'll talk about South Africa issues, but Renelway do her thing. She lives there. She's part of the lineage. I'm not. Vicky's not part of the lineage. So we try to stick to what we know a little bit better than talking out our head. What's the first thing people say? You don't know. You don't live here. You're not part of the culture. You're not this lineage. And you're right. Just as much as us. We'll tell them, hey, you don't know nothing about this. This is Black America. You know it with your homeland, but you don't know this. So it's just, to me, it's just respect. It's respect. That's all. That's all. Just wanted to address that comment there, you know. And if you don't want to watch anything related to Black Americans or FBAs, well, watch Wangel. Wangel don't talk about that. You can watch Renelway. You can watch Lenient. When Afia makes something, you know, Emma talks about a little about everything, right? I mean, it's a lot of people you can watch. So you know, I don't think the whole channel's dominated that way, but it's a portion of it. Yeah, it's a portion of it. So, you know, I think we got a flavor for everybody. All right, y'all. All right. So let's go on and we're going to run this real quick, and let's get into the meat of what we're going to talk about tonight. Oh, before I get started, shout out to the people on Facebook. Shout out to the people on Kick. Shout out to y'all. And definitely get us some subscribers on Kick. And then we get followers, but we need them 10 subscribers on Kick. Go ahead and get us on 10. We're growing our people. You know, get us up to 250 on Kick. Follow us. We need at least 10 subscribers on Kick. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and run this real quick, and then we will be right back.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired.
We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke.
We binge ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth, daily.
From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news.
Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and clear this off the screen. Let's go ahead and get started here. All right. So we know the United States of America got started with chattel slavery. When they first came here, they couldn't get nothing going on for themselves. They had proved they couldn't build anything on their own without us as Black Americans to do it for them. When they first came here, within a year, they failed, and they was actually cannibalizing each other when they first got here because they didn't know what to do and they couldn't make it on this land. Nothing got going, anything for them until we did it. And you have to think about 250 years of chattel slavery. They were lazy. Okay, they were the kings and queens of lazy, and they're still the kings and queens of lazy today. They don't want to work, and but the funny part is they always try to project who they are on us. But yet, we got pictures of Black women literally giving their breasts to one of their children, or draining out all the milk from the Black woman, and the Black child don't have nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Black women clean their house. black women cook for them. Even after slavery, black women's doing all this stuff for them, right? And they got mad after the civil rights movement. Black folks say, you know, yeah, we cool on that. We chill. We're not doing that no more. Black men work in the fields for them constantly. Even after slavery, convict leasing, which was worse than slavery. Sharecropping, same thing. Finessing black people, not paying them. It was all about doing their work because they were lazy. And they're still lazy to this day. You know why they talk about immigrants so much? Think about it. If you go look at the immigration numbers after our brothers and sisters fought in the civil rights movement and they say, to hell with y'all, you on your own. They're like, oh no, we're not going to do that. Let's start flooding the country from people from foreign countries. And that's what they started to do. I mean, Mexico is the closest country, so a lot of Mexicans started coming definitely right after that when the Hart-Celler Act was signed in the 1970s, 80s. If you look at the counters, all these different groups showed up right after that because we would not do that work for them. And then, you know, when the Mexicans came and they were doing all the work and how they were being treated and how they were being screwed over. And then you remember Cesar Chavez and all different people, you know, now I know later there were some accusations about him. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about just in general, the farm workers and things like that. These people have never treated their people right. The only reason employees are treated right today is because of FBA, because we the one to say, oh no, you're not going to treat us any kind of way. You're going to treat us right. See the rights of workers, you know, that came because of us, not because of them. They don't want to treat people right. And even still to this day, you know what they're doing to immigrants today? Who they know, listen, they hire them, they know they're illegal. So this is what they do. They get them to work projects and things like that. And so they don't have to pay them. They'll call ICE on them. So they have ICE waiting on them to come pick them up. So they ain't got to pay them. It is dirty. It is really dirty. If I was an immigrant, if I was an illegal immigrant, I wouldn't dare work for them people. Hell no. Because they have never been honest. They have never treated people right. They always got an oppressive spirit. You know, go look at TikTok, you know, and shout out to the people on TikTok. Go look at TikTok and watch them workers and that farm labor. I remember one time I was on TikTok, y'all. I was watching them Hispanics doing the onions and the fruit and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, hell no. And then this white man sitting there just watching them work. I said, see right there? Yeah, I couldn't do that because I'm going to have that ancestral rage pop up with him just sitting there watching. And that, yeah, it's not going to last. So this is why white folks, FBAs in particular, is not going to go work your farms. Not willingly, we won't do it because, yeah, we got a lot of ancestral trauma, and we did like 250 years for free, and then also the sharecropping and everything else we ever done, right? But as we know, the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution say, hey, okay, you're free from slavery. Just paraphrase it. You're free. June 19, 1865, you are free from slavery. Hey, matter of fact, we're going to ratify the 13th Amendment. We're going to ratify the 14th Amendment. We're going to ratify the 15th Amendment. But let's go back to that 13th Amendment, okay? They pulled a finesse. See, they said, okay, well, no, nobody can be enslaved to a base of private owner, but except, what's that clause? Except for if you've been convicted for crime and punishment. So they can put you in slavery. Legal slavery is still on the books in the United States of America. They claim they believe in human rights. They claim they believe in democracy. And how they get away with it is white people. Now, what I mean by white people? White people are like, that's okay because they're criminals. That's okay. Well, here's the thing about them labeling anybody as a criminal. It's I'm white and I say so. So when it's when I'm white and I say so, you can be a criminal for any reason. Good example. You remember years ago, anytime they had something to say about a black person, it didn't matter where they come from, where they worked. It didn't even matter. You were a thug. Remember that? You were a thug. And I was covering content at the time, and I would listen to them the way they said. Let me tell you something. It's not sometimes what people say, it's the way you saying it, right? And then it would be police brutality issues happening to people who don't have no criminal record, no nothing, whatever. And they would just say, oh, yeah, he was just a thug. He was just and then we all peeped that and said, wait a minute. They're using the word thug as a replacement of the N-word. So we start calling that out. You notice they don't say that word no more? And they don't say it because oh my God, they caught on what we were doing. Or if they want to use the term Black Lives Matter, right? Everybody's Black Lives Matter. No matter who you are, you black. Oh yeah, those Black Lives Matter. And well, you know, because they're cowards. Just come out. At least today, I kind of respect them a little bit. Is that now you just coming out with the N-word now, which I listen, I love my races up front. Okay. If you're gonna be a racist, just be up front with it. Don't say thug, don't say Black Lives Matter. Just say what you're gonna say. That's it. And that way people know who you are. You're standing on business for your white nationalism. And, you know, depends on who you say it to or in the way you say it, you know, it could be dealt with accordingly. Don't know how a person going to choose to deal with it. It could be laughing. It could be, you know, a million ways it can be dealt with. There can be some roasting, you know, I mean, I don't know. You know, you may have a dental bill behind your words, you know, I don't know. So it could be something. I'm just trying to just go through a million scenarios. So with that being said, the 13th Amendment allows slavery, okay? Now, knowing that, or maybe you didn't know that. Some people maybe didn't. Some of you brothers, and some sisters too, because if you're out here scamming, you part of the crowd. Because, yeah, the women may not be doing certain things the men are doing, but a lot of you participating in fraudulent activity, scams, credit card fraud, all these different things. So you got some women participating too. So I'm directing this at the men and the women in the community who's out here on these streets doing things you has no business. Now, I'm going to play what this brother has to say, and then we're going to come back and talk about it because it is not wise, especially how desperate these people are to keep their private prison system going because a lot of these prisons are ran by private corporations. And a lot of these corporations are traded on the stock exchange, okay? And you're the product. Years ago, I saw a report about how when these private prison companies sign a contract with the state, they have to guarantee them a 90% occupancy rate. How do you guarantee 90% occupancy? That's like saying you guaranteed to have that much crime. Nobody can know what kind of crime you're going to commit. You can have an idea, but to have a 90% occupancy rate, that's why they try to change the laws, like here in Texas, right? What's been happening? Crime has been going down. And they mentioned a lot of crime in what? The Black community has been dropping. Well, if the crime drops, guess what? No more slaves for the plantation. And no more slaves for the plantation, then it cuts into those billions of dollars they make every year for prison slavery with private prisons. Now, let's play what this brother has to say real quick. And let's follow up behind it because he's going to say a lot of things that's right, but we got to expand on it.
Hey, this street, I just got off the phone with them people just offered them 15 years. And he got probably a couple seasons of balling at this. Bro probably got maybe 3 to 5 years getting money to go get them 15 years. It's the same like selling your soul, bro. You gonna sacrifice giving half of your life away just for a couple seasons of balling out this bitch? And let's be real, bro. A lot of times you end up giving all that money to them lawyers and canteen any motherfucking way. Then y'all like to clown them with them 9-to-5s, bro. But one, not only them getting consistent money and ain't got to worry about how they gonna survive next week, them ain't got to look over their shoulder. And when y'all dumb ass go to jail and got to sit still, guess who gonna be your lady? Them same you were clowning with them 9-to-5s. This street's dead, man, in itself is just, bro. Got ladies, got children, got mamas. You neglected them, bro. You get your ass up every morning. You stay gone all day, all night, bro. You coming there just to go to sleep, just to go back to the streets. At this point, bro, it's like you don't even exist, man. And it's like you doing all this, you saying to provide for your family, but they need more than money. They need you there physically. I guarantee you she rather go punch in on the clock so she know you gonna make it home every night. This street's dead, bro. Y'all out here being loyal to some that ain't loyal to you. Ain't no morals and ain't no loyalty in these. I'm telling you, niggas coming from and being in them a long time. I don't only love what you can do for them. The first time you don't come through for it or you don't benefit them, he'll slime you out. I done seen get they killed, they grew up. I done seen get they flip who they grew up with. It ain't no loyalty in these streets. The streets dead, bro. And I know a lot of y'all are feeling like, oh, I been in them, I ain't done yet. Yeah, bro, you just got a pending up outcome that you waiting on. Your outcome is pending. Because until you get up out these motherfucking streets, you ain't safe. The streets dead, bro. It's time to punch in on the clock. Make it home to your family every night. Make it home to your kids every night. Y'all missing your motherfucking children grow up. Your lady steady complaining. Your mama scared. Get out the streets. The streets dead.
Now, shout out to that brother. Let me go and get that brother a hand clap. Because like I said, some people may listen to him say it more than me, and that's fine. However you're going to get the message. Let me tell you something. That savage mentality that's in jail, that's something that these people crafted. The mentality in jail is worse than slavery. Do you know that? In slavery, they didn't have all that going on. If you studied slavery and what was going on. No, of course, they're working all day. Of course, we know all the horror. But they didn't have them caged up like that. They had their own quarters. Of course, they couldn't leave. But they had them caged up. At least in slavery, they had their wives. Of course, that didn't really mean nothing with that demon running around trying to do something with their wife or whatever. But they had access to women. They didn't put them in an area, a bunch of men. Then you talk about the Fleece Johnsons of the world, right? And you know, the deal is about Fleece Johnson. People talk about him, but you know, Fleece, I think he's doing good things. And the reason why I say that, being graphic as he's being about jail and the things even he's done or participated in, that's the reality of that savage plantation that they want you on. And a lot of black people are locked up for violent offenses. You got still brothers and sisters locked up right now from things from the crack era. You understand? So no, not everybody in there, you know, was just taking out a bunch of people. No. A lot of our people have been locked up. We are the ones who lead in exonerations. It's black men and then after that, black women. A lot of us are in jail for things we didn't do. But he talking about the streets. There's no return on investment in the streets. Like the brother was saying, you may have a couple of years, you may have 3 years, 4 years, maybe 5 years on the streets getting money. But if you just a person and look at patterns, eventually they're gonna get you. You can look at somebody at the top of the Sinaloa cartel, right? El Chapo. You can't get no bigger than El Chapo, and they got him. Who you had? Pablo Escobar. They end up getting him. Who you had also the big ones. You know, Griselda Blanco got her. You know what I'm saying? Now she did go to jail, but then when she came out, they end up getting her. You know, I'm talking about the streets caught up with her because she did too much. You know what I'm saying? People still like, oh, no. You ain't getting away from these streets. We got to come see you. I know so many people that had money. I remember back in the day, I was in middle school. Now, my school was a middle high school. So they had this cat from the neighborhood, and he ended up back in the 90s. I think it was around, let me see, what was it, 7th grade, 6th, 7th grade? And he was in high school. He drove a brand new red BMW. Like, listen, you pulling up to school with a brand new BMW. We come from Port Arthur, okay? We wasn't rich like that, but you pull up in a BMW. Then you're out here with all this water money all the time at school. You got a beeper on you. You got all this jewelry. You got this and that and the third. And boy, of course, all the little females want to be around the drug dealer. But then what ended up happening to them? You come to school, man, you heard what happened to Ronnie? Nah, what happened to him? Man, the police, they ran down on him, man, and all that. And man, they took him to jail and didn't see him no more. In the streets, I was always told you got two options. You either gonna go 6 feet under or you going to jail. So think about the dude that he was talking about, his partner that got off for 15 years. So if he in them streets a couple of years, but then you get 15 years, not 15 days, not 15 weeks, not 15 months, 15 years. Is it worth it, my brothers? We have too many brothers in jail, and you're giving these people opportunity to lock you up. They're changing laws to lock you up, Texas. They're changing laws to try to lock you up because they need you to be a slave in the plantation, black man. And it's done by design. You black women who's out here scamming, they got a prison for you too. Credit card fraud stuff y'all talk about, you listen to Carisha if you want to. Talking about where my scammers at. Okay, Carisha gonna be at our house. Carisha's not out here scamming, aka Young Miami. She's not out here scamming, but she's making, and that's why I don't like about the music industry. There's no way that should be promoted and people dancing to it and liking something about criminal activity. And this is why well, I don't know her background, so let me not go there, but we should not be ingesting music that's promoting criminality to our people, because music has an effect on people. I don't want to hear, that's why I don't listen to music that talks about harming black people, dogging out black women. I don't want to hear that mess, because when you keep listening to that eventually you're going to start getting desensitized. That's the first thing that happens. So you get desensitized to it, and then you may be justified in being okay with it. I'm sorry. My spirit and what I hear in my ears goes in my spirit. I don't want to hear everything. There's too much music out here I can listen to that don't have that. And, you know, beyond which I'm also listen, beyond which of these days, I'm also just listen to Soraya. I ain't gonna lie. I do. Now, I may listen to some other artists that's R&B or hip hop, but mostly because I'm always trying to critique the music. I'm always trying to come up with music ideas. So I'm in the gym, I'm mostly listening to that. I don't even listen to that stuff because it gets on my nerves. You know, I think what's the other song I listened to recently? Momo Boyd or whatever. Oops, okay. You know, I like that. That's cool. But but for me, it's about the messaging. I don't want to hear that. Anything bad about our community. But what I'm saying is, you brothers that's on the streets, the brother talked about the dude that's 9 to 5. The dude got a job. He don't have nobody looking. He don't have to worry about nobody, the ops sliding on him because he working the job. Maybe he got a business. Yeah. Then is the money slow that way? Yeah. Oh yeah. The money's real slow. I'm telling you from experience, the money's slow. But I would tell you also from experience, if you play the long game and you do the long game the right way, it's going to pay off in a way that you'll never think before. And you're not going to be looking over your shoulder worrying about somebody trying to get at you for their turf or whatever they got going on. If you look at the dudes who are the billionaires and all them, they don't even have them problems. Now they got other problems, but they don't have those problems. We can't make it easy, brothers and sisters, to put you on their plantation. If you're not out here actively committing crimes, then what could they really do to you? Nothing. Okay, if you like to sell things or whatever, man, get you a sales job. If you already got the gift of gab to do that, get your sales job. That's cool. That's no problem. That's no problem at all. Take the skills that you have and flip them to something legal. There's plenty of people out here that's done it. Another thing, we have way too many women in our community that will not have a man. Why? Because a lot of them are locked up in prison. They're locked up over there. So it creates also another imbalance within relationships. And then another reason you don't want to be in their plantation, they fix it where you have to go back to their plantation because they put you in there. They mess your record up. They put a felony on you. You can't vote. You can't own a firearm. You can't, thanks to Democrat Bill Clinton and them, you can't get a certain apartment. You can't get an apartment. You can't get certain jobs. You can't do a whole lot of things. Maybe you can get Waffle House. You know, you got some companies that'll hire you, maybe some fast food, but you want more than that, right? So either you have to create a business, you have to figure something out. But some dudes don't even have it in them. Don't even talk about the business side, because that's not easy. Some dudes may be like, man, it is easy for me to go back on these streets. And then the moment you get back on those streets, you're right back into the plantation. Then, unfortunately, you're so institutionalized, you don't feel comfortable unless you're on that plantation. That's how much of a science they have it in there. So brothers, we got to avoid, you know, I'm proud a lot of you walking away from the streets. I'm proud a lot of you, the crime is going down. Continue to do that. Put those guns down. You know, sometimes you got to leave an area. Let me tell y'all something about that. If you had an area you were living in and it was just bad, you know, crime, whatever the case may be, you had a lot of beefs in the streets, whatever. Sometime, bro, it's good to say, you know what? Let's say, like, I'm gonna use New York. If you in New York, say, man, I had too much problems in New York. I had too many enemies in New York. I'm going to leave New York and I'm going to go to Philly, or I'm going to go to Houston. I'm going to go to Dallas. I'm going to go to Atlanta. I'm going to just start my life new. fresh, get a job. I ain't on nothing, know nothing about no streets. I am not even going nowhere near that place for a very long time until I hear most of those people then went to jail or went to somewhere else. It's okay, brothers, to start your life over. You say, what? You say you knew a girl who was missing teeth and very frail, but she had the gift of gab, got a sales job selling vacations. Now she's making $100K a year. There you go. Because the skills. I mean, it's the same thing. You're moving product. The product went from illegal substances to vacations. So, but it's still the same skill set. And I'm pretty sure she got a teeth fix, right? I hope she did, making $100K a year. You know what I'm saying? You said that in Philly, the good thing is they are hiring ex-criminals for city jobs. Yeah, that's what I would do if I, I don't want to be in that position. But if you need a job, then you need to go where they hiring people like you know what I'm saying? So you can start your life over. Because even if you had worked at the Waffle House, right? Okay, cool. Say, hey, you know what? Okay, bet. You work at the Waffle House. I'm working like no tomorrow. Because no, I have no reason to be in the streets, so I might as well get this money over here at the Waffle House. I know brothers that got out, got their CDL. They got their CDL, and them brothers driving trucks. I've talked to them, years ago when I used to be working with them all the time. I never forget this one brother told me he did a 10-year bid, right? He got out. They helped him get a CDL while he was in jail. So he got out with a CDL. And he said that he started just driving trucks. He said, man, I drive all over the country, and I love it. He said, I locked down for 10 years. And he said, man, shoot, the rest of my life, or as long as I can, I'm driving this truck. Because he said, I'm making so much money. And I love to see stories of brothers and sisters turn their life around, do very good for themselves, get a family. There's another guy I know personally that did a long bid, a couple of guys. And they ended up becoming business owners, very successful. So it is life after prison. You can become successful. But the key is I don't want our people to have life in prison at all. I want our people to be like, no, I'm going to avoid that because they don't need to be getting sweat equity out of our people. Figure it's too much. It's too easy out here. Listen, y'all today got so many ways to make money. It's crazy. If I had what y'all had at 21, 20 years old, I can even say 18, I'd probably be a billionaire right now. Just in the way I think, in the way I work. You could have gave me all the stuff y'all had. Y'all got ways to make money without even having a traditional job. Y'all can do Amazon Flex. Y'all can do Uber Eats and DoorDash. Y'all got AI doing things for y'all now that something we never had. Y'all have so many opportunities to do things that we didn't even have. I mean, seriously. And it's crazy. Some people still don't make it. Like, how do you not make it with and I'm looking at it. And the crazy part is, I would tell you this much about those Amazon jobs or delivery jobs. The immigrants have jumped on them a lot. Every time I have a delivery, it's an immigrant of whatever country they come from is immigrants. Immigrants jumping on them jobs because when you come, and this is the thing about the immigrants. And I can tell you this going to foreign countries. When you go to a foreign country, you see opportunities that you didn't have in your country. Give you an example. So when I go to South Africa, Kenya, wherever place I'm going, Ethiopia, I literally can see all the opportunity that's there. I said, ooh, I can do this. Ooh, if I get plugged in right there, I can do it. It's like you can literally see it. But the people that live there were like, what you talking about? It's like, man, we were just trying to pay our bills. So it's the same thing with a lot of them. They come over here and they see certain opportunities that maybe we don't even pay attention to. And so they get, when you come, mostly when you're hungry, and I can't say FBAs aren't hungry because I've worked with plenty of black men and women who are hustlers, who don't stop working. They don't stop. They always got a job. They always got something going on. You would never see them broke. They don't care if they got to go take a McDonald's job. They would not be broke. And I want our people to be, I'm not saying everybody going to be rich and because it's just not going to happen, but at least I want you well off enough where you can afford a home, vacations. You could live a good life. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want for all of you. But what we got to do is avoid the criminality, get money legally. Fellas, if any woman tells you, oh, well, I I don't like no guys that work some 9 to 5. Now, you know, I rather a scammer. I'm like, oh no. Go over there because you're not like, about to get me caught up. Let me tell you about them little women, fellas. Like the brother said, them same little women, I'll be moving on to the next guy while you doing that 15-year bid. The same guy that didn't like you or whatever, she be pushing up on him. And then when he go to prison, she be pushing up on the next one. And the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And you in there fighting Fleece Johnson and all the booty warriors in jail so you don't get caught up with that while she out here still doing her thing. Don't you ever entertain a woman that make you feel bad for working a legal job. You don't get enough money. Okay, well, how much money you make a year? Let's go ahead on and put our tax returns on the table. Because I'm curious. You're talking about I got to make all this money. How much you made last year? Let's go tax return for tax return. And most of those women that saying that, they broke. So why would you commit crime and go do a bid for a broke woman that ain't got nothing going on? Because she's not gonna do that bid when you sitting in that jail. She gonna be at the club doing whatever she's doing. When you in that courtroom, she's not gonna be there. It's the bottom line. So don't ever let no woman, fellas, encourage you to do criminal activity to do what? Well, I like a man like that. I don't care what you like. You're immature and you're crazy. But you even crazier as a man to be committing crimes to entertain a woman. No. And you know what them same women do? Because I've seen them. They'll get an epiphany later. Yeah, I don't really like those kind of men anymore. I want a guy that works 9 to 5 and a guy that may have a business and this and that. And now she with a guy, you get out of jail and you see she's married to a guy that works a 9 to 5. You actually may run into her and see her. But 10 years ago, she was encouraging you to commit crime. Now she's not doing that no more. Don't ever let no woman convince you that you need to go commit some crime to be with her. Forget that. It's better be by yourself alone, being legal and lawful in what you do, than being with some woman that's going to encourage you to put you right on the white folks' plantation in the prison. I'm telling all my brothers that ain't no woman worth all that. None. Women, no man isn't worth all that either. If you get involved with a man and he's a criminal, you setting yourself up to get your life took. That's number one. They got guys who, like the guy said earlier, there's no morals in this. He may say, hey, you know, I'm gonna have 3 strikes. You're gonna have to take this charge, or he plant something in your car, and now you getting a charge. He don't care. And then the worst of the worst, some have laid up and have a kid with one of them guys, criminals. Now he's in jail, and these so-called gangsters, according to Fleece Johnson, they end up becoming little girls in there. So some of the same ones that claim they're gangster with a gun. You know, they become, what's that term? Punks or whatever. They become that. Now your baby daddy in jail being a punk now. But you got a whole kid you raising by yourself. No father in his life want to hear his daughter with some good for nothing guy like that. No, you say, what your guy do? Oh, he's in law school. Oh yeah, okay. Well, what does he do? Oh, he got a construction business. He works construction. He do okay, cool. Every father want to hear his daughter get with a man that's gainfully employed, work a decent job, and can provide. Every father wants to hear that. No father wants to hear or see some guy that can't even use the English language. No father wants to see that. Because we know exactly where that's going to go as men. Stay out in white folks' jail. What'd you say, brother? You say you drove Uber and Lyft from 2017 to 2020, made a really decent living. He said, I was on my own boss. He said, of course, the virus hit in 2020. I retired. He said, I agree with you. There are opportunities out there other than the streets. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's so many opportunities out there than the streets. So many. You ain't got to be in these streets. For what? The streets going to put you on the plantation or going to put you in the funeral home. One of the two. There's not many people that leave the streets clean. Not many. But okay, I'm looking at the time. But I appreciate y'all joining us tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Shout out, like I say, once again, to people on TikTok, YouTube, of course, Kick, the Africa Diaspora News Channel app. Let's say we should be dropping the new upgrade next month. Make sure to head to AfroWire AI, where you see LaSherica, and then after LaSherica, it will be Layla after that. Then, of course, the podcast will be at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. But thank y'all for listening. We'll catch y'all in the next one.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone. Hope you're doing well. This is just an announcement to let you know the goat milk shampoo and the goat milk leave-in conditioner are officially posted over on Etsy, and you can get it for 40% off. I have 50 shampoos available and 50 leave-in conditioners. So it's first come, first serve. So I should have more, even if it sells out. By the end of the week, I should have more available. So if you don't catch it this time, you'll be able to catch it by the end of the week. All right. So let's get into why we are here. Now, Donald Trump recently did a speech, and you know how he always have like the police, and so he did this speech when he had the police around, and he was talking about paying more at the pump. And he pretty much said to the crowd, so what if you got to pay a little more at the pump? And then he went on this thing about Iran not getting a nuke. I don't think there is anybody that gives a crap about Iran not having a nuke. And he keeps saying this like he's convincing us that this is so important. People don't care about that. They care about what's going on in their daily life. Putting food on the table, paying the bills, having a job, and just doing the basics. And there's too many people out here struggling right now. And if his attitude is, oh, well, so what? Just pay a little more. People don't want to hear that. When I was doing this video, putting the videos together, you should have seen how many people were angry over him saying this. I said, see, this is the downside of electing a person that is either a millionaire or a billionaire. They're out of touch. Donald Trump think because he doesn't have to pay for gas, just think about it. He doesn't have to pay for fuel for Air Force One. He does not have to pay for any fuel for Air Force One, the helicopter, right? And he doesn't have to pay for that presidential limo. There's no fuel money coming out of his pocket for nothing. So of course he don't care. He's not paying for anything. Everything he uses is on the taxpayer's dime. So he doesn't care. He doesn't think that anybody paying more for groceries and paying more for gas is a big deal. Yeah, because it's nothing coming out of his pocket. This man is accommodated for the next 4 years. Technically, he doesn't have to lift a finger to pay for anything. So, yeah, it's easy for him to say that, but you know, when you are addressing an audience, you should be able to at least relate to them. People cannot relate to that. Oh, at least they don't have a nuke. So what? You got to pay more money. They don't have a nuke. Wow. Okay. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, give me a one if you can see my screen. Thank you.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
Baby, that man saying that he will not apologize for us paying $4 in gas, because he know he did the right thing as far as what's going on with that war. Again, how does this man have supporters when he constantly lets you know he does not care? Baby, we could say these things over and over and over again, and y'all still will support that man. Those people in Long Island, New York, baby, they were cheering at everything that man said. What gets me is y'all cheering for something that he is going up on you as well. Make it make sense. I don't care if you support that man or not. You feel exactly what we feel when it comes to high everything. But yeah, you sit in that audience when he's speaking to you and you still cheering that man on. Again, the loyalty y'all have with this man, baby, I will never understand.
I want to start this morning with something the president had to say on Friday about the state of the economy and the state of the war with Iran. Take a listen.
For you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
I know you're not running for re-election this fall, Congressman, but in the context of the midterm elections, is the president's justifications for gas prices across the country helpful to Republicans on the ballot this fall?
Well, I think here and in the tape you just played, he was being honest. And I think he was setting maybe false expectations in the previous months during the initial, parts of this campaign with Iran, saying we're going to get a deal tomorrow, and not. This is going to be a longer term fight, and I think he needed to set appropriate and honest expectations here. Iran has killed about 1,000 Americans. It has been the world's leading exporter of terror. In fact, 600 Americans were killed in Iraq from primarily those very dangerous roadside bombs that Iran made and sent to all the terrorists in Iraq. And I just think it was important for him to level with the American people. This is going to be a tough fight. And we cannot allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't think we should allow Iran to kill 1,000 Americans. This should probably have been done a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I think he started out this whole war with, this is going to be an easy fight. We're going to be done here. It's going to take a month, 2 months. Okay, we're going to get a deal tomorrow. And I think that those false expectations hurt him, and it's hurt the favorability of what we're trying to do here.
So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have a country. Really, it's the number one state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have
Israel?
nuclear weapons. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, if you didn't have.
These stupid justifications for higher prices no longer work. You ran on cheaper gas. You ran on cheaper everyday essentials, and everything has increased in price since you became president. You have sold out to Israel. You have sold out America, and you are a treasonous traitor, you and your whole family. Let me know what you guys think. If you like the hat, DM me. I make every single hat you see in every single video. Have a good day.
And then on gas prices, how much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices?
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon with the danger that entails. So the gas prices have come down very much over the last 3-4 days. I know, and that's what ABC says. But the fact is that if you look at the stock market's up, everything's doing really well. And the big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does.
Donald Trump says he will never apologize for having you pay higher gas prices. He says that to remember when you're paying $4 a gallon of gas at the pump, that Iran won't have a nuclear weapon. He says that for you to pay a, quote, tiny bit more in gas prices, we are defeating evil. That's what the president is now saying. And at the same time, he says the economy is doing incredibly well for, quote, Wall Street. Both of those quotes are from the president in the past many hours. Mind you, he's saying all of this as there is reporting to suggest that Trump has even privately discussed exiting the war without a deal over nuclear weapons. And so you may actually be paying for higher gas prices for no reason. But Trump says he will never apologize for it. So that's the latest. Spread the word. Follow for more.
So Trump finally says it out loud. He says gas prices are going to stay high. Shut up and suck it up, Buttercup. Yeah, this is old Texas Paul. Hope your coffee's as good as mine. Hell, I hope it's better. I really do. I hope you're having a good cup of coffee this morning. You're going to need it to get through this shit. So Trump starts a war that's absolutely unnecessary, leaves Iran in a much stronger position now. I mean, they didn't control the Strait of Hormuz before. They didn't. They were collapsing economically. They are not now because China is injecting huge amounts of money into Iran. They had a revolution, a violent revolution that had started on their streets. They created a fast lane in their prison. They arrested all the revolutionaries and hung them. The revolution is dead. All because Trump listened to Benjamin Netanyahu and started an idiotic war. It was completely unnecessary. It was solely for the benefit of Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, who are both politically in trouble. Yeah. Now, Donald Trump tells you the results of this war that everybody told you was happening. Fuel prices are going to be high. They're going to stay high. It's going to cripple the economy, yada, yada, yada. Donald Trump finally comes out, stops lying and saying, oh, gas is going to come down. It's going to come down real quick. It's going to come down real fast. Finally comes out and says, yeah, I was right. Suck it up, Buttercup. I was right to do this. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. You're an idiot. Donald Trump is an idiot. He was an idiot before he became demented. And now he's just taken advantage of by the sociopaths that are all around him, including Benjamin fucking Netanyahu.
I just got gas locally where I live, in the town that I live in. It's a rural Iowa town. It was looking at the gas stations around town, it's anywhere from $3.85 to $3.95. And I thought Trump was going to take care of those high gas prices that Biden gave us. It's all Biden and Obama's fault, right? Trump was supposed to take care of that. We're a year and a half into his term, and we don't have resolution. In fact, it's worse. It is higher than it was when Trump took over. So tell me again that Trump is the president for economics. Tell me again the Republicans know what they're doing. This is why I left the Republican Party, by the way, because all of that pomp and circumstance about how the Republicans were better for the economy better for foreign policy, that became obvious to me at that point that it was just all an illusion. It was all something that Republicans wanted me to believe. So I bought in, because I get into it later. But the bottom line is I bought the lie. And if you're voting for them because of economics or foreign policy, you're buying the lie now.
Of all of Trump's broken promises, one that has angered people the most this summer is the failure to stem high prices. You can see right here how many essentials people are struggling to pay for, even as the rate of inflation is technically slowing. This war has spiked gas prices higher than ever at this point in the year. And another indicator of the pain is the hard data on how people just can't afford things anymore, literally, meaning separate from polling. We see when you measure credit card debt, it's near record highs at over $1 trillion. And Trump, meanwhile, is spending $1 billion on his construction projects, taxpayers covering that despite his prior claims. It's a controversial set of economic priorities that doesn't sit well with the public.
The economy is robbing me blind every step of the way.
The cost of living is absolutely insane.
Feeding your kids should not feel this expensive.
Gas went up a whole $1.
Gas prices fitting to go up. So y'all need to work on your astral projections. So you could just tell your boss, yo, I'm here at work, but in spirit.
America is struggling because of 2 words, Donald Trump.
That's what some people think. If you broaden out beyond what people are posting online, the data shows most disapprove of Trump's job performance. The new jobs report, meanwhile, shows the economy losing over 20,000 jobs. Over half of Americans feel that they're in an economy that is just getting worse. That percentage shows you that would include people who have voted for Trump before.
Y'all, we're going to go into 2027 like this. You know, remember, Iran said they are not negotiating with Donald Trump anymore because every time they tried to, it just always failed. So they are done with Donald Trump. They said they'll wait for the next president to come in. And that being said, and the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, and Donald Trump out in the media claiming he's controlling it. He's not controlling it. And Iran would never let Donald Trump control the Straits of Hormuz. And it's all on us at the end of the day. The high prices are not going to go away. They're going to be around for his entire administration. Okay. And if you have somebody like J.D. Vance come in, I can tell you it's probably going to get worse, but nothing is going to get better under Donald Trump. You know, when he says, if you got to pay a little more for gas, you know, it's all about keeping Iran from having a nuke. That means you're not going to do anything about it. You know, he talked all that mess on the campaign trail about lowering prices, and he's done none of those things since he took office. Now, the same people that voted him in, and they're out here struggling right along with everybody else, now they're mad. And you know, Iran already came out and said they're trying to develop a long-range missile that will make it to the U.S. And you know what? I really thought about that. I don't think they need to develop a missile because they got allyship with China and Russia. And I know China got long-range missiles. And you know China has been funding and supplying Iran with a lot of munition and also money. China has really been loading down Iran for real, y'all. You know, and that being said, you know, technically they can get their hands on that pretty quickly if that's what they wanted. You know, I'm just saying. Quantum Solace, thank you so much for the super chat. Persia already had nuclear weapons. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. You know, Donald Trump and them seem to think they can dictate what countries should do. Like they call the shots, and they don't. And I believe Iran has had nukes for many years. You know, you think they're going to tell the US? Of course they're not. They're going to still play like they don't have them. So anyway, what the hell is he talking about? These people are idiots. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. And you know what? He's still got followers. You can literally go over on TikTok, and there are people that are posting videos saying, y'all got it all wrong. We're winning this war. I believe Donald Trump when he said we already won the war. Yeah, there's some people out there putting those videos up. Yeah, and they're serious. They really, truly believe Donald Trump. You know, it's just like Doge. One thing I never did was put up a video saying, oh, yeah, they're finding wasteful spending and fraud. I said, something ain't right. Now, I saw certain YouTubers do that. Oh, see, they're finding wasteful spending and fraud. And I was like, no, they're not. No, they're not. And if somebody is doing that, shouldn't they have been arrested? Shouldn't people have gone to jail if they were really taking the money and stealing the money and scamming and doing all kinds of stuff? Shouldn't they have been arrested? The fact that nobody got arrested said a lot. And during that Doge period, I really think that's when Donald Trump, Elon, and all these billionaires were committing their biggest heist on the government money. That's what I think that whole Doge thing was about. Because if they were about fraud and cutting the government and all that stuff, wouldn't they still be around? They put that group together, and as fast as they put them together, they dismantled the group. There's no more Doge. There's no more Doge. Doge is completely gone. They fired everybody. And that's what I think was happening. They were raking the government blind. They were in there stealing everything in sight. That's what Doge was for. And after they got what they wanted, Elon left. And eventually, months down the road, they let the whole Doge team go. So anyway, y'all, there's a lot of people upset about what Donald Trump said, you know, so the backlash is there. And folks feel that he can't relate to what the average American is going through, and he's out of touch. And guess what? He's going to be out of touch the entire time he's in office. Donald Trump don't care. Look at how he's cutting Medicaid, Medicare, and we already know they already announced that Social Security is not going to be around in the next 3 years. So, you know, I was talking to one of my cousins, and we were talking about that. And he was like, well, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to keep working. What else can I do? Because by the time because my thing is I was going to wait until a certain time and then apply for my Social Security. Well, there's no point in doing that now. No point in doing that now because it ain't going to be around. So I don't have that opportunity. I'm going to have to work. Many of us are going to have to work. We're not going to have the opportunity to get our Social Security that we paid into since we've been working out here because they done stole all the money. You got to be crazy not to realize what happened. They put all that money together. And over the last decades, several decades, they've been putting their hands in it and stealing all the money. That's why there's nothing left. So those of us, we may grow old, but we're not going to be able to stop working. You're not going to be able to do it. And I really believe disability will be going away as well. As you know, all that is all tied to your Social Security. All of that's going away. So people that thought they were going to be able to chill out during their retirement, not so fast. Not so fast. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And be on the lookout for my upcoming lives. Don't forget to pick up your goat milk shampoo and goat milk leave-in conditioner. I have plenty available. I got 50 shampoos and 50 conditioners that are available. So you can get it at 40% off. No promo code needed. You will get the price off at checkout. So y'all have a wonderful evening. Stay prayed up and stay close to the Most High. Quantum Solace, thank you again. Let me see what you said. Social Security won't be around for the next 3 years yet. The feds are taxing us out of the butt frame. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, look, the bottom line is the rich are always going to be unaffected by what's going on. In fact, they're cheering it on. See, at the end of the day, they really truly do want slavery back. It's going to be the rich class, and then the rest of us are a bunch of slaves. And that's how they want it. So y'all, the only thing is their people are not used to it. That's why you can see them crying all over social media about not being able to find a job or not getting a job out of college anymore, or their salaries don't cover their expenses, or after they pay their rent, they don't have no money for food. Yeah, we never seen them complain like that before. But that's what we're seeing now in these final days. They are feeling the pain now. Yes, they are. So y'all have a wonderful day. I'll see you tomorrow on my next live. Shalom, family. And thank you, Quantum Solace, for your support for my channel.
Jay-Z, I didn't get your point of view on his partnership with Target and his comments on Kaepernick. How did you feel about that personally?
Here's how I see it. First of all, he shouldn't have brought Colin Kaepernick into it. He should have left Colin Kaepernick out, especially when we found out that what he alleged to be true about Colin Kaepernick signing a non-disclosure, non-compete, was not true, allegedly. So I don't think he should have mentioned Colin Kaepernick to save himself. That was kind of corny. As far as the Target boycott, Art, I'm a little mixed on that. You know why? Black people are shopping in Target again. Jamal Bryant called off the Target boycott way before Jay-Z's anniversary album came out. Pastor Jamal Bryant ended the Target boycott. It was over. Now, I do understand, Art, that there were some sisters who decided to keep it on. But once Pastor Jamal Bryant ended the Target boycott, from what I saw, Black people returned to Target. Black people returned to Target. So for people to get mad at Jay-Z for having that contract with Target for the Reasonable Doubt album, when Pastor Jamal Bryant had publicly said Target had met the terms of the boycott, which I believe was a $2 billion investment in Black businesses. And I criticized Pastor Jamal Bryant because I didn't feel that we saw enough evidence to prove Target had met their pledge to Black businesses, right? I didn't see no proof I still don't see no proof where Target had met its $2 billion pledge to Black businesses. I never saw that. And so I was a little critical of Pastor Jamal Bryant because I didn't see any proof to justify him calling off the boycott, but he called it off, Art. He called it off. Now the sisters continue to run with it, fine. But once the pastor said it was over, most Black people went back to Target. So I can't really fault Jay-Z for going through Target when the boycott had been called off. It's kind of hard. Now, if pastor was still on the boycott, Art, then I say, yeah, this was wrong. But if it was called off, how can I blame him? That's where I'm at with it. Now, do I think the white power structure made Jay-Z work with Target so they can recoup some of the money they lost through the boycott? I think that could be possible. I could see the white power structure telling Jay-Z, we need you to do this in order to help Target recoup some of the money that they lost during the boycott. I could definitely see that. He's at that level where he kind of got to do what they tell him to do. He's a billionaire. I don't think we have a single Black billionaire in America who ain't going to do what they're told to do, right? But can I fault him? I can't, because Pastor Jamal Bryant had already called off the boycott.
I don't know if you know, but you know Keefe D, his trial, it starts Monday, right?
It starts Monday. As far as the Keefe D trial go, I'm just going to say this. Who's ever responsible for the death of Tupac Shakur should be held accountable for it. Whoever is responsible for the death of Notorious B.I.G. should be held accountable for it. Whoever is responsible for the death of Nolan Wells should be held accountable for it. Who's ever responsible for the death of Tasia Fortune and Trey Reed should be held accountable. Black life ain't cheap. And we got to stop letting Black life be considered cheap. So I just hope who's ever responsible is held responsible. Tupac Shakur is my favorite rapper of all time. Everybody knows that. And I pray for justice to be served in that case.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand-chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. We're going to talk about what happened in Indiana. Indiana is going through it, y'all. The whole state is under an emergency because they got hit with a tornado. Then I don't know if all of you know what a derecho is. It is like a hurricane on land. They got hit with that. And then a powerful rainstorm came through there. And they have a river there called White River. Well, that river overflowed and went into towns all over the state. So the whole state is literally underwater. And I don't think I've ever seen anything like this at all. I was looking at what people were posting. That weather was crazy up there. Absolutely crazy. I know I got some subscribers in Indiana, but yeah, y'all about to see how bad it got. And on top of all of that, y'all, Trump just sent them, I think he's trying to send them funding to get through this whole thing. But yeah, it is a mess in Indiana right now. It is a mess. They said they have not had a flood like this for 113 years. The last time they had one that matches this was 113 years ago. That is absolutely crazy. All right. Yeah, I heard about a lot of the racism coming out of Indiana, but you know what? The North is very racist, and you know, they always tried to put it on the South. Even the people I used to work with, when oh, it's worse in the South. No, it's worse up North because you guys are covert. You try to hide it and it comes out in other ways. You know, a lot of microaggressions. Anthony Bates, thank you for the 10 joules gold coin. Thank you so much for your support. And Betty H, 7310. Thank you for the 440 joules. Uncle Alert, thank you for your support for my channel. Thank you. All right, let me share my screen because, you know, this one was bad. And I did see the Indonesia earthquake. We'll get to that maybe tomorrow. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you. Thank you.
¿Eso cómo se hace? Next one by this cone.
Where?
Vive si se queda aquí, pero nadie va a abrir esto.
The state of emergency tonight, historic flooding and life-threatening conditions. The storms in the aftermath, this is Indiana here, and tonight, look at this, emergency teams now using drones with night vision to search for possible victims. ABC's Alex Perez in the storm zone tonight.
Tonight, after days of howling straight-line winds, a foot of torrential rain, and multiple confirmed tornadoes, rivers are overtaking neighborhoods across parts of the Midwest, all of Indiana under a state of emergency. So many cities and towns around Indianapolis inundated. Christian Cole opening the door to his flooded apartment in Newcastle to this.
My car is completely done for. It ain't going nowhere.
This is what it looked like on Main Street in Cambridge City on Wednesday.
Overwhelming. Like you out of control.
James Aldrich tells me he arrived to find 2 feet of water inside his home. He lost nearly everything.
It's devastating. But everyone's okay. And I have wonderful neighbors. And it's a great community. And we'll get through it.
Rescue operations continuing around the clock. Night vision drone video showing firefighters checking homes in Connorsville, Indiana.
And David, back here in Indiana, they are still dealing with standing floodwaters in many areas, and this is not over just yet. There are flood watches through at least tomorrow in 8 states. David?
We're thinking about all those families tonight. Alex, thanks again. And tonight we're also watching Tropical Storm Lala forming off Hawaii in the Central Pacific. The system with winds currently up to 40 miles per hour. It could reach hurricane strength as it takes aim at the Big Island on Saturday. Heavy rain, strong winds, and rough surf expected as early as tomorrow. And of course, we'll continue to track it here.
Look at the street. Oh my God.
My heart is beating so fast right now. This is crazy.
The window down there?
Yeah.
Jay, the windows went down
They went down.
Y'all know how big these tractor trailers are and how high up they are, and the water is almost up to the windows. That is like crazy. I mean, I have seen floods, but I don't think I've ever seen the water come all the way up to on a tractor trailer that high. This is absolutely crazy. Well, yeah, Donald Trump think you don't need FEMA. Well, FEMA don't do nothing anyway. We had a FEMA near me. And when Hurricane Sandy happened, FEMA didn't do squat for us. They didn't do nothing.
The window down there? Yeah. Jay, the windows went down in it. They went down. Everything's in on its own. The electrical, it's been coming on and off.
This is going to be a mess. Watch the fence that. Okay.
Which side of the road? Oh,
You're on the left. Yeah, watch the. What do I need to take pictures of? Just everything?
Yeah. I want to see my truck. And it's a downpouring. My car is completely done for. It ain't going nowhere. So same thing with that one. Like, it's all the way up to my waist, right in the middle, right there. And it's just pouring away.
I still got some fish loose.
Major breaking news here in Indianapolis, Marion County, and pretty much all of Indiana. As you can hear and see outside, it is still raining. Indiana has received some record rainfall as well as record flooding. The White River has crested in Noblesville, I believe, almost 24 feet. It is expected to crest in Broad Ripple in Indianapolis tonight around 20 and a half feet. It is continuing to rise. I'm going to show you just a couple of pictures. The first one's from Cambridge City. The second one is from Broad Ripple, a business watching the water rise in Broad Ripple. Thousands of small businesses across Indiana will be affected by this record flooding. Thousands of homes, thousands of people, families, pets will be displaced because of this flooding. This is an absolute terrible situation in Indianapolis, in Marion County. Mayor Joe Hogshead has declared a state of emergency for Marion County, or declared an emergency for Marion County. The governor has declared a state of emergency for the state of Indiana. I'm praying for everyone affected by this. I'm a little nervous. I live not too far away from the White River. Hopefully it doesn't get to the point where it starts rising near downtown proper Indianapolis to where downtown and the neighborhoods surrounding downtown start flooding. It is a terrible situation. Normally when you see this, it's happening in other states and it doesn't affect you, and your prayers go out to those folks. But right now it's happening in my home state, and I'm saddened by it. And I'm hoping that minimal lives are affected and minimal lives are lost during this time. Just pray for Indiana, Indianapolis, and all the surrounding counties that we get through all this.
Okay. It's a beautiful day here in Brown County, Indiana. Be sure to come see us if you're coming to town today. Away. Great. Really bad. Okay. Oh no. There's a random dog bowl floating down the road. Oh. Thank you for stopping. Yeah. I was on it. I could feel it lifting up, and literally floating away. Just drape it over the thing. Just thought it would stay suctioned. I really did.
Your hair is going on. Your hair with your ribbons is adorable. Thank you. Down the road.
My question is, why are these people standing outside and walking all barefoot out there? Oh man, y'all are very different people from us. We ain't trying to be out there. If it was flow, we wouldn't be walking around with no damn shoes on, wandering around in some heavy rain. Y'all are just that ain't our thing right there at all. So anyway, y'all, you can see how bad it is in Indiana. It's going to take them a long time to recover from this. And these are towns all throughout the state. That's why they declared the entire state a state of emergency, because it's bad. Their rivers have overflowed, all of them. So I don't know. I heard they're expecting more rain. It's going to take some time for all those places to drain. Mm-hmm. Wow. It's terrible. Just no. Okay, so you are in Indiana. That's just 9 miles away from where you are. Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, y'all. Climate change or judgment? Which one you think it is? Climate change or judgment? Yeah, it's bad. And they said some of the homes had 2 feet of water. Man, those places are gone. They are gone. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Definitely stay safe. Oh, man. Libra goals. Thank you for the 2 Jules, Silver Star. Thank you for your support. Again, Libra Goals, thank you for the 250 Jules. MVP, thank you. I love your support. Thank you so much. And Deborah Mullins, thank you for the 440 Jules. Uncle Alert, thank you so much for your support. And Janet Johnson, thank you for the 440 Jules and Uncle Alert. Thank you all for your support for my channel. It is always deeply appreciated. Thank you. So any of my subscribers, if you are in Indiana, be careful. Be careful. Even if it looks okay around where you live, you may drive off somewhere where it is completely underwater. You know, so be careful out there. You know, or if you can stay in and stay off the roads, then do what you need to do. You know, sometimes when I see these cars stuck outside, I wonder, did you really have to go out there? You know, but I do understand, like in New York, the ones I showed you, the flooding up there, sometimes these things would happen during the time when people got out of work and children got out of school. And so they're driving along and the water is just coming up to their windows real fast in their cars. So yeah, it's easy to go out there and get caught up in these storms. And make no mistake about it, it is very easy for that to happen. Heat wave and fire. Oh yeah, I think it's Portugal, Spain, and Poland, I heard, got a raging fire there. So yeah, I mean, on top of the heat wave, they got all these wildfires going on. Oh no, when it's too many homes, Queen Red Pill, they're not going to pay out on it. They're going to really tell these people too bad. See, if the insurance company got to pay statewide for damages, they'll just tell people, no, they can't do it because they'll go bankrupt. And look, or what they'll do is put a cap on how much you get. That's what happened to those folks in California in the Palisades when that caught on fire. It was all those multi-million-dollar homes. And I think they told those rich folks, you only getting $1 million. That's it. And although their homes were probably worth more than that, the insurance company couldn't give them that. So some of them could have had a $20 million home and they got $1 million, and that's all they would pay out to them rich folks. So if you can see, they will do that to rich people. People that aren't rich, oh, they ain't gonna care about not paying you anything. They're not gonna care about that at all. Yeah, which means insurance is nothing but a ripoff, because if they can't pay out when you need the money, at the end of the day, insurance is nothing but a damn ripoff. It's another scam. That's all it is. I'm going to pay you for years and years and years, and then a major disaster happened and you're going to tell me you can't pay nothing? That shouldn't even be allowed. All right, y'all. So we're going to get to Donald Trump. He was out making his speech. I think he was in front of the police. You know how they always have the police come, and he was doing this speech, and he pretty much told everybody, you got to pay a little more for gas. Too bad. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if you got to pay a little more. Donald Trump is a billionaire. He don't give a damn about what people got to pay for gas. He has never showed 1 ounce of concern since the gas prices have been going up. So we're going to talk about that at 5:45. So y'all, it's supposed to rain here where I am. So y'all, I will see you then. Thank you so much for being here and have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family. Oh, and don't forget to pick up your hair products. Shalom.
Then his sister and brother end up moving to Antioch, California. They bought a home. And, you know, buying a home is always a good thing, especially for us as Black people, because they make it very difficult for us to obtain home ownership. And in the midst of them moving to Antioch, California, they have a next door neighbor by the name of Adrian Ramirez. Yes, Ramirez. Remember that name. So he started to crash out on them as being an anti-Black racist. Now, of course, on YouTube, we couldn't play all those slurs, in which we don't need to hear all that. But I want you to watch his interaction and some things that he says. Let's go ahead and check that out.
I can't either. Look at all the tattoos and the stupid fucking piercings. This Black thinks she's some lawyer. Like all you monkeys, you think you're lawyers. Go ahead, show the judge, because you know what? Ain't illegal, bitch. You and your Black boyfriend. Go ahead, cry. Cry hard. Come to a white neighborhood and you think anyone's on your side? Bye. Wait, she's still recording.
This guy, Mr. Ramirez here, he believes he's white. And he's talking about a white neighborhood. Well, with the last name Ramirez, you're not white. And the funny part is, in this day and time, they are showing you a lot more than they can tell you. But this is why also a lot of people have said, you know what, why the delineation movement has become so strong is because we aren't on no coalition with nobody. Because see, the reason why we aren't on no coalition politics is because of videos like that. How are you gonna be in a coalition when people feel that way about you? And they'll say, oh, it's just him and it's not all of us. Well, no one can really say that, but it's too many instances. And so what we would rather do as Black Americans is just focus on us and what we got going on. Because when we look at organizations like LULAC, they only focusing on their group. They're not focusing on, well, hey, and any allies that we may have. That's nowhere in their writings. They're only focusing on Latinos. And we as Black Americans, FBA, need to focus on ourselves. Now, that sort of thing, you know, I know there's no hate crime law in America, but it should be. I'm sorry, it should be a hate crime law. You spewing that much the N-word, you're doing it constantly. How is that okay for a functional society? Seriously. I don't care if it's something about somebody's religion, somebody's, orientation, whatever the case may be. If they disabled, you spewing all kind of slurs at them repeatedly, it won't stop, and nothing happens to you. I do believe in freedom of speech, but not all speech should be granted a free pass. Sorry, because let's call it what it is. You say the wrong thing in a movie theater, and they find out you said it and cause a stampede or whatever, you go to jail. But we got freedom of speech. If you say something about the president in the wrong way, or some government official, or whoever, we got freedom of speech, but they come lock you up. I think you should enforce that across the board. If you say that mess in public, you should put some hate crime charges put on you. You shouldn't be able to run around here saying things like that. But if it wasn't been for FBAs, he wouldn't be in this country. And that's why we cool on immigration. We are so cool on it. Guys like him is the reason why we are fine. We cool with it. We're not getting involved with any of it, but we're not going to be out here caping and trumping to the rescue when ICE showing up. We're not doing that because guys like him, it's the reason why we're not doing it. Yeah, but all of us aren't that way. Never said all of you were. But too many have said things similar to him. And I can't just say, oh, well, it's one group out the bunch. No. All of them had somebody say something about us, calling us lazy, calling us a kata, Jareer, Abids, right? They call the Latinos got name for us, Asians got name for us, Arabs got name for everybody got a derogatory name for FBA. So since everybody got a derogatory name for us, we just need to just stay out the way and let them handle it. That's it. And that sister did the right thing. She recorded him. She stayed calm. There's no reason to go crash out. It's not even worth it. But get them on camera. Trust me. You could get their life turned upside down by getting them on camera. And they are so dumb. That's happened to so many of them over the years. All you got to do is pick up that cell phone cam and say, okay, all right. Like she was doing. Because if any job he had is gone, if he had a business and people find out that he said that, his customers going to drop him. Nobody wants to be associated with that. Let me tell you something, even white people don't want to be associated with that. Let me tell you why. White folks are okay with that, undercover, passive-aggressive racism, with like microaggression type of racism. They cool with that. That open racism he was doing, they're not cool with that because they mess up their money. See, if all of them was really just promoting guys like that, then they know the reaction we're going to have. And the reaction going to be what? Financially. Like right now, the Asian community, they're dealing with the wealth transfer. And I know white folks are watching that and say, we already experienced that. That's why we don't mess with them like that. Notice they businesses don't come talk crazy. They don't. They try to tread a tight line when it comes to black people. They know we could spark something in a minute and they will be losing millions of dollars a day messing with us. So no, them folks don't even want to be associated with somebody that open. Now they talking among each other, talking like that, they cool. But openly and then on camera, you doing it? Nah, that's just not to get down because they make a lot of money off of black folk and they want access to the black dollar. Trust me, they're not that racist. They want the black dollar. But yeah, that guy right there, yeah, they need to his job, anything else he got going on, and get him fired and put him on blast. Because let me tell you something, racism has consequences, and it should have consequences. Watch your mouth. There's so many words. If you want to call somebody names, which I don't suggest that, but how come you only use the same words? Think about it. You haven't even came up with nothing new to use. Any little thing that y'all say about it, you take it from us. Oh, I'm just so tired. Black fatigue. You stole that from a black woman in her book title. You stole that from a black woman. You can't even create your own things. You stole it and made it mean something else outside of the original author had meant. Because that's what you do. You take what is good and you ruin everything. You ruin it. But yeah, they're going to find out exactly who he is, where he worked, if they haven't found it out already. And then they get on, oh, I want to apologize. I was drunk. I was high. No. When you're drunk, the truth just come out. That's all. You don't have nothing to hold you back when you're drunk. So you can let it all out. I tell people this. You really want to find out how somebody think about you? Start questioning when they drunk. That's when they're going to tell you. That's when they're going to tell you. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we're going to keep covering these anti-black racists. Oh, yes. And this is why we got to continue to delineate from everybody. I mean, all these groups. Because them people coming here haven't benefited Black America not one time. It's benefited white corporations, but no, it don't benefit us. So why should we advocate for something? Then when you're over here, you want to become a little Klansman. No, we're taking the right position on that immigration. That is not our fight and not our problem.
And there you see it on the screen, a young black man being attacked by 5 cowardly white men at a PFL event in Charlotte, North Carolina. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. Now, this altercation I'm going to show you, if YouTube allows, took place on August the 7th at the Charlotte Coliseum at a professional fighters league. Now, evidently, this is some sort of MMA or, Ultimate Fighter thing that they do. And this apparently started when the crowd was chanting, USA, USA, USA. You know how they do. And evidently, the black brother was like, man, F America. And when he was saying that, he might not have been saying F America literally. He was probably talking about F the white supremacy and the racism and the systematic disadvantages that come with being black in America. Nevertheless, as usual, when somebody says, don't tread on me, the patriots, Patriot Front, right, Christian nationalists, all of those guys, they took offense to. And this is what happened. I'm going to play you the video without sound because they have music playing in the video. So we're going to play it without sound and see how cowardly these 5 punks, or punks, as my homegirl called them, acted towards this young black man. Just watch. So you see it starts off with 2 of them, 2-on-1. So this is the conversation. And so my man turned his hat to the back, was like, what you want? He thought it was going to be a 1-on-1. So I don't know what he tried to step up and do. So then another coward comes out of the blue and starts hitting him. And he's choking him. So then here's another coward that comes. And then so now the only person he got with him is Shorty. It's just Shorty trying to jump in and, she got the Miami colors on. Maybe they from Miami. And so the dude hands him something. Now watch this coward from up top. That is coward behavior. And his cowardly friend jumps in to stop him. And then there's, I guess he's a quote unquote good white Samaritan coming in to break it up. But the brother is clearly disoriented because he had, 5 on 1. And his girl, look at his girl still trying to stop in there. Now, here comes security to take him out. Now, what we just saw was a mob assault. Now, y'all remember last year they had the quote unquote Cincinnati brawl where 2 white men were out in the black area of town doing a black music festival, and they were drunk and rowdy and they were messing with black people. So much so that the one white man slapped the black man. And after he slapped the black man, the spirit of the ancestors evidently engulfed the whole crowd, and they beat about 5 or 6 of them white people up. And I'm talking about this thing was all over the news. The Mike Pence talked about it, the president. They had all those people all hurdled up, charging them $250,000 bonds, $500,000 bonds, and the like. So what say you to this? All the people who said that the black people act like animals. What say you to this? This man was ready for a 1-on-1, and instead he got mob assaulted. Just take a look at this once more. And once again, there you see, a altercation. Some words were exchanged. My man turned his head to the back. Now, Cuz goes to walking down. I don't know what type of foot thing he tried to do, but then so this other guy comes out the blue and starts punching him. And then you got this other guy that comes from the top, coward, and then here he goes. Now, I don't know what my man hands him as he's holding him. He's holding him. Now, he can't handle him by himself. That you see my brother was about to get him. He was about to get on. Now he hands him a bottle. Now, while they're choking him, this coward goes to hitting him. Once again, you see the American flag on his face. I wish I can hear what they're saying, but we can't play it because there's music playing in the background, as all stadiums do. Now, I want to know, will there be a congressional hearing to make sure that we identify all of these white villains, these white thugs, these savages who clearly assaulted this man, who was just clearly trying to enjoy a evening at the fight match? Because they had the whole FBI involved with who beat up the white people. This incident hasn't even made news. Now, mind you, this happened August 7th. The day I'm making this video was August 14th. This didn't even break the local news. Y'all tell me why. As the scripture says, the Lord hates dishonest scales, and perverted justice is an abomination. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. I don't know where that brother is, but next time you go to a UFC fight, make sure you bring some people with you. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. You watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBAs, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my black families. It's three sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Ladies and just as power. If you don't know what now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeeze the hammers because they don't understand us. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight from the rich investigate. You got your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune into Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, 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 Telehouse Publishing.
Well, South Florida fitness social media influencer has pleaded guilty to beating a New Jersey man inside a Miami gym. Today, the influencer accepted a plea deal that includes more than just prison time. NBC6's Christian Colin explains.
Nothing matters but what we have to do today. On social media, convicted felon Wesley Watson, known online as Wes, promotes himself as a motivational speaker and fitness influencer. Now he has another conviction on his record.
You would be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. You would be sentenced to 21 months state prison with credit for all time served, which would be followed by 7 years of probation.
Watson pleaded guilty to beating a man from New Jersey inside a Miami gym in December of 2024. Police say the victim confronted Watson. The two argued, and after the victim pushed him, investigators say Watson responded by repeatedly striking him with a weightlifting belt.
I don't think there was any dispute at the beginning of this that Wes was initially able to use force. The tricky part of this case is when does that force need to be exercised and stopped? And perhaps at this point, he went a bit too far.
Watson failed to prove he acted in self-defense. Records show the victim suffered a face fracture, a concussion, and 2 black eyes. As part of the plea deal, Watson must go to counseling and avoid drugs and alcohol.
One is we need to serve a restraining order on you.
What's a restraining order? What's that? What's a restraining order? What's a restraining order?
Domestic violence restraining order.
Domestic violence ever.
What's that?
nothing like that ever happened.
But Watson's legal troubles are not over. In Broward County, he's accused of severely beating a woman, leaving her momentarily blacked out, according to records. This case remains open.
And the victim's attorney did not respond to a request for comment, but records do show the victim filed a civil lawsuit seeking $50,000 in damages against the gym and Watson. Today, Watson's civil attorney says this case should be dismissed.
Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High, and that racist, white supremacist, Aryan Nation Brotherhood guy only got 21 months for almost beating this man to death. And I'm going to show you some video of the man, the black man, I think his name was Hakeem, right after the beating occurred at the gym in Miami. Now, the reason I'm calling him a white supremacist, the only thing you got to do is look at some of those tattoos, the 1904 on his head, the kiss symbol on his forehead. And I'm pretty sure if you go through his arm, you'll be able to see a lot more of those incognito racist statements. But also, I got to fault my brother because he came way down. I think they said he came from New Jersey. This guy, West, is supposed to be some sort of social media influencer. So he came from New Jersey to come and, I guess, challenge him or fight him. But as you're going to see in this video, my brother probably didn't need to be fighting, because this is how he looked before I show you the fight video. This is how he looked after the fight video.
They took you to the hospital? Okay, they're coming right now. But what's going on between you and him? No, I went to him and he said he wanted to fight me. So I came to the gym and they jumped me. Like two of the guys, they're hitting me with a weight, and then he hit with a weighted belt. They were pulling my hair and they were beating me up. Okay. Before we get anywhere, did you physically make contact with him, or did he? No, I didn't do it. Are you sure? Because there's cameras and everything. They literally attacked. They hit me first.
Two other guys?
I was like 3 or 4 of them.
3 or 4 of them?
Yeah.
They just randomly attack you for no reason? They just went up
he said he wanted to fight me.
When? Today?
Was it verbal, over text? It was through Instagram. Okay, so he.
You want to fight him or no?
That's what I came here for. It was a one-on-one, to be like a one-on-one, but they jumped me. Okay. And then let's say we verify everything. Do you want to press charges, or we spoke to him, we got his side of the story. He said he doesn't want to press charges or anything. Can we go out here to people
and this how my man over there looking. He looking like daggone Martin Lawrence after he fought Tommy Hitman Hearns. I don't know what in the world possessed the young brother to come away from where he came from to try to fight that man. And evidently, he must have got, seriously whooped. Because when I look at this video, I don't see anybody but the other man engaged with him, giving him that mollywop treat. Y'all tell me if y'all see something different in this video. So you see him walking over to the guy. The guy's sitting down. He kind of pushes the guy. The man looks at him. He takes off his weight belt. And then, they kind of walk up on him. He smacks him with the belt, starts beating him with the belt. First of all, that's a weapon. Now he got his homeboy over there. They trying to square up with him. But I never see a jump. Okay, right there, he grabbed him by the head, and then that's when he gets the welling on. He goes, well, okay, I did see an extra kick. They're kind of holding him down. Yeah, so he just pretty much stomped them out. So I won't necessarily call that a jump, even though it's borderline. The dude did have a weapon. But I don't know why my man walked into that hornet's nest of racism to go and try to fight. See, that's another thing. We got to be careful of taking the bait. The man probably could have gotten beat to death. And then he said he saw the gym fitness guy staff fist bump the brother after he beat him down, because you know that's his territory. You never go to out of war. You never fight an enemy on their territory. I don't know. My brother needs to learn the art of war, Mr. Hakeem. But you know, I guess he got his fame. He's suing them for $50,000. I don't know if that lawsuit will stand, because honestly, he did put his hands on the man first. But that's no excuse, you know, of the racism. First of all, like 5 against 1, supposed to be a 1-on-1. And, you know, he got into a hornet's nest of racism. And, you know, so we got to be careful. We can't fall into that Chud the Builder type deal where you going back and forth with people on the internet. I don't even go back and forth with especially racists on the internet, because, you know, you're not going to change them. A leopard doesn't change his spots, and a tiger doesn't lose his stripe. So be careful out there, because, you know, they could have easily charged him because he didn't make contact with him first. But nevertheless, he did just get sentenced to 21 months. He got another beating up a lady charge, so that means he's a violent person against women. So he'll probably do a little bit more time. But brother, next time, bring you some people with you. Bring you a couple of hard-hitting brothers, like my man Ving Rhames said in Puck Fishing. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for watching, liking, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news throw mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories of
All right, I'm about to end the show. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Join us later on for continuation, part 1. In the meantime, make sure y'all like, subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's about Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, separation, and delineations of Black empowerment. Put my signing out from the Mile High Income and Legal Market for the City. Shout out to Black Joe for coming through. Shout out to Goddess Nami, to Leonard Day Judah, Big E, Cheddar Dookie outside, and anybody else kicking and not speaking. So peace.